we have returned to Dolus, to the actual surface. You guys basically recover Dalton's body. You carry yourselves out back through the sewers, carry yourselves back up into the apartment building, and make your way back out of the apartment building into Old Town. Does that sound like your exit route? Would you go for just walking through the sewers and looking for a different exit? Like go the way you know, or go the way that's like, has unknowns? You guys have thoughts on that? Like, what are your next steps as you're recovering Dalton's body?
I would imagine, given that we probably don't know the the details of you know uh, resurrection magic, that we might think time is of the essence, and so that might mean we want to try and essentially just take the quickest route. Um, but I know,
Gotcha. Quickest
Gail.
seems to be the route you know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I would think. Yeah, but I know obviously Gail and Jinx, um, and Karina too. I think are pretty beat up after all the fighting. So
Does that sound like a solid narrative for everyone? That you're basically falling back into your like instincts and you're falling back the way you came in, the way that you know already.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense to me because we've cleared a lot of stuff out of there. So theoretically, we would hopefully not have as much like resistance getting there. But like the last thing we want to do is like get lost or run into like some new adversary.
Gotcha. So when you all come up into Old Town, this apartment is in that northeastern sector. Do you have thoughts on who you would go to in Old Town? You guys are not necessarily far from Blade Chapel. That is perhaps the closest place to you. If you zoom all the way in between that 41 in the top and the 39, 39 is Blade Chapel. Right beneath the 41, I've got it kind of circled there. That's the apartment building you will be coming up in. Previously, you've sort of avoided Blade Chapel while you had your special weapons with you. Do you guys think about that? Do you think about how many people are sort of holy warriors of light in Blade Chapel? Are you going maybe a little bit further to see if the Delvers have anything? The Delvers Guild is down at the south, almost near the entrance to Old Town, under number 58.
So I have my chaos skull on me right now, and potentially would like suggest that if we did go to Blade Chapel, it's close. We're already like pretty gravy with them over there, and that I could like give them the artifact too because they would really appreciate getting it out of the hands of chaos, etc. To like earn more favor potentially with them. I mean, Skull of Raoul is basically like legendary item, so
Oh yeah, man! I just sold a Skull of Raul for 50,000 coin.
I love that.
How's that sound to Gale? How's that sound to Karina? Are you guys going forth to Blade Chapel?
It sounds good to Gale. Like we could, like I said, offer them the artifact. I'd even say we found it in another cult hideout. Unless that is the one they know about that we have.
Realistically, what they knew about was what you guys were initially like helping them on or meeting them on was with the um damn, I can't even think of the name of the house. But the house where the Hydra came from.
Epiphany's house.
Yeah, Epiphany's house. There we go.
Yeah, the only problem is, I would just like keep it vague and say that we like confiscated it from the cult, and that like obviously what happened to Dalton while we were like fighting more cult members. But I would definitely just keep it vague because the what was it? The paladin knows that I have that item because I used it in front of him. So I wouldn't lie about it, but I wouldn't be like, oh, I found this like a month ago and I've been using it, and now I'm gonna turn it in.
Gotcha. He's also not a member of the Knight of the Pale. I don't have his name offhand here right now, but that paladin was from the Church of Lothian, right outside of the Delvers Square. He worked under Brother Matthias. All of the NPCs. But yeah, that particular paladin who's seen you use that skull is not necessarily like going to be there. He's, as far as you guys know, sort of on watch basically with the inverted pyramid, keeping an eye on that entrance to the Bane Warrens. So if it sounds good to you all, we have you guys heading this short distance across Old Town. You are heading basically for Blade Chapel. It's just a few streets. There's four of you or five of you carrying the body of Dalton. You um roll a d20 for me, Jinx.
It's a 12.
As you guys leave, Jellymoon is still kind of hanging out outside of the apartment, and he notices you all leaving and kind of rushes to and immediately kind of lends a hand. Six of you holding Dalton is a little bit easier than five of you, but in the long run, it becomes one of those things where bearing somebody's body weight between so many people doesn't necessarily take much effort, but it is one of those things where, kind of without hesitation, without a moment's thought, he rushes up to you guys as you're leaving the chapel or the apartment, and uh, oh, I just can't believe. How can I help? Where are we? Where are we taking him? Oh my gosh, he's and you can just see like definitely somebody you convinced to help you. You guys still have this person like under your kind of tutelage, but at the same time, he's immediately seeing this is a little bit more real than he ever really truly imagined. And I think if unless you guys force them to see a lot of what was in the apartment, a lot of the people that you saved from that back room did not see truly what was happening with those cocoons. But you can cross those few cross streets. You move over crossing street, which crosses to the Rivers District. You can head over to the Emperor's Road where you turn south. Pythony's house is basically within view as you get to that crossroad, and you're already sort of on the initial like lands of Blade Chapel. Again, that like first hall is kind of an open colonnade, like double colonnade, where it has a lot of the different knights who have sort of joined the Knights of the Pale over time, and they're all sort of held in this like honorable statued positions, like statute of battle. Those who sort of martyred themselves. Some are, like in like great victorious poses. Others are basically like in their kind of like dying throes. But you're kind of heading through that initial point. Uh, honestly, I didn't keep good track of what times things are, but I think you guys would have been into the evening here. where it's probably dark and you're heading into Blade Chapel as a lot of things have calmed down. So I don't think like the first time where there's people almost congregating here in conversation, I don't think Blade Chapel here at this point is busy in that same way. So you're walking through this like colonnade of heroes with it being kind of empty and silent today. You can move past it and through it, and that's where the house proper starts. And the center of the actual house is the chapel that gains the name Blade Chapel. And you guys can enter in there. Pretty typical Lothian Knight structure, where it is effectively a cross with like kind of like a pewed entrance area, a central area for the priests to kind of give their jurisdiction, their like speeches and whatnot. And then there's like basically three different areas. The back area tends to be like the holy of holies for priests only. There tends to be a priest living quarters and then like a priest study quarters. That I think is as far as you guys have kind of explored in Blade Chapel previously, as you basically had your conversation with uh Stillus Covenrow effectively in that area where the priest would kind of be speaking from. But you can head into Blade Chapel there. You would see a few people who are effectively silently in prayer as you enter into the actual chapel of Blade Chapel. Um, Maybe like two far to the front who are within 5 or 10 feet of each other, but not like shoulder to shoulder. And then one more who's kind of left of them and a little bit closer to the wall, but also towards like the front. But there's effectively these three people in the chapel at present. What are your thoughts as you enter there and you just hear these kind of like relatively silent, but somewhat still like cascading echoes of prayer from these people? Does
We're gonna
anybody?
need some. Oh, sorry, sorry.
No, you're good. With enough silence, I'm going to try to like entice you guys to say something. So, what were you thinking there?
We need some immediate assistance. We got a fallen ally, and we need some kind of resurrection. We got some artifacts, chaos artifacts, very powerful. Please.
Roll of charisma persuasion. You like
27.
see is like go to like draw a sword as like they like don't necessarily like know how to interpret what you're saying at first before like the person on the left kind of like stands up and just raises a hand to the other two and just kind of like as they're like spinning and looking towards you, they don't react the same as the other two, but they kind of like put out this hand. Those two kind of go back towards to their own thing, and you see as this person who kind of like spins around is Sister Torella. She is the I believe she's the cleric from the Sisters of Dyra. Oh no, my bad. She's a Sister of Silence. But you see as she kind of like spins around, and she's going to basically hold up this hand to the other two as they kind of like look at you guys, look back to her, and sort of just kind of go back to their prayers. And she will sort of walk to you guys with sort of a sign of like her purpose in her walk. You'll see the symbols, and you guys can recognize a Sister of Silence for what it is. They are one of the three forces that kind of police the city. So the Sisters of Silence are something that all of the locals would kind of recognize, as they tend to be almost always within sight as you're walking around the city. And normally, if you're going to hear anything from them, it is because they have eunuchs who kind of move along with them, who do the speaking for them. But she will basically walk up to you all and kind of like putting a hand on Jinx's shoulder just kind of like, giving off this air of no worries. For now, let's look to your friend. And she kind of like gestures towards Dalton to like show me him. And she'll go for a closer look at him. And let's see. So she will take a few moments kind of looking over him, feeling out his vital signs, kind of like taking a moment to like put a hand over his face, and you kind of see as she like closes her eyes and her hand starts to glow, that like glow of like white light kind of like gets really strong and not necessarily blinding, but in the darkness it is definitely enough that your eyes are going to be forced to adjust, that you won't be able to see the same once it kind of like starts to fade after an instant. And you see a little bit of a mark of concern on her face as she kind of does this. She kind of come back to like a full consciousness, and you'll see as she kind of like raises a hand and snaps her fingers twice. Those other two knights who kind of reacted at first are going to stand and head over towards you all, where you will see one of them kind of like looking towards her and rush off, the other one kind of looking towards Dalton, kind of like making eye contact with her for a moment afterwards, and then he kind of like turns to you all. Your friend is beyond an immediate revivification, but we can certainly help you. Is the artifact you spoke of causing this? Was it that injured him, or?
No, it's nothing like that at all. They're completely unrelated, but I just know it's a powerful artifact, and we were just hoping that maybe we could gain some favor with it, or it could help with the bill. However, but completely unrelated. We've been fighting cultists on and off for months now, and we've turned in some other artifacts as well. So
Your actions are not unknown to Deanna nor Stillis. You're certainly welcome here in Blade Chapel, and we all are quite aware of your deeds. We'll need to procure certain items for a ritual to revivify your friend, but we can return him to life. It will not be tonight, though. You all look rougher for this evening. Perhaps you need rest now, and your friend will be brought back when things are best. And you'll see this time as they basically take a moment to not necessarily do sort of like a lay on hands kind of thing where you see like an actual like passing of magic from just like a touch of their hands, but you see as they each kind of like create this again like a white glow of sunlight and move their hands close to his flesh. There is the smell of like potpourri and like, flowers and herbs, and it is sort of like pushing away any of the one like stench of the sewers where you guys were, the stench of death. And you can kind of understand that at present, all they're doing is sort of just preparing his body to be prevented from going further into the stages of death. And in particular, this is essentially them casting, what is it? I always forget the name of the spell.
a gentle repose.
Is that the one that like halts them in that like moment? So, if you cast Gentle Repose within that first minute, you can revivify them like later. Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like
Yep.
protected from decay and it can't become undead, but it like preserves it in its current state.
Yep. So that's what they kind of go for at that point is they basically put him in a gentle repose, and you guys are offered rest. Um, do you have any other immediate thoughts as we basically prepare Dalton's body for a resurrection at a later date?
I think like Karina, when they when they mention they'll need certain things to the ritual, we'll just you know uh, say if there's anything we can do to help procure what you need. Um, we can we can try.
Roll a, I guess, a persuasion on that one. Really, I just want to see a roll to see like the random more than necessarily this is you having to persuade them of something. So, like, if that was a persuasion, are you like in +6 with her kind of thing? What is that, like a mid-20s?
No, actually, for persuasion, she's just a +1, so it'd be an 18 total.
Gotcha. I think it can save time if you would be willing to leave the city and procure certain requirements of the ritual that are at a premium, if not impossible to find in the city, as we are entrenched in the oncoming battle with the barbarians. Would you be willing to head out of the city? It would be best if you could sneak out, but I understand most of the north gates are still easier to leave the city, that the barbarians have not yet taken the time to fully entrench us. If you would be willing to go out on an errand of sorts, you can help your friend. But if you don't feel it's necessary, we can certainly find everything we need. It just may take time.
So Karina will nod and she'll uh, kind of incline her head towards the body of Dalton, and I owe that one my life, so I would be willing. Um, but then she kind of looking to Gale and Jinx. But I understand we have other priorities that's equally pressing. So what do you think?
I think Dalton is a friend, and if we can do anything to help him, if we would just speed up the recovery, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, if we just catch a little bit of sleep and then we could leave first thing.
Yes, I don't think there's anything to be gained from going out tonight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all downside if we don't rest first.
So they can take you into the like left-hand side of this church and down beneath Blade Chapel. And as you kind of go down, you head down like multiple stairways. And basically, there's kind of a labyrinthine sort of nature to how confusing it very quickly gets walking through these staircases down different halls and essentially like how quickly you lose track of where things are. Is there anybody who thinks of their character as especially good at like preventing themselves from getting lost? You know, between like being like a cartographer, having like a reason to understand like mazes, having a reason to understand like architecture. If not, that's fine. I would just say you guys are basically lost within a few moments of heading down into the labyrinth.
No, I think Dalton was a chalk man.
Gotcha. So yeah, you guys kind of head down pretty quickly, are basically lost in these like random halls, and you're pretty sure pretty quickly that effectively with each staircase it's almost like you're heading down like an odd, like nothing is uniform how it would tend to be. There's kind of like a thing where like often we have like 12-foot stories in the US here. So there's almost always like a certain height to a step so people don't like trip on steps. And this is one of those places that it doesn't like follow any of those rules. Like steps are different, the different like you'll think like one story of one staircase is like going down 20 feet, another one goes down 6 feet. It feels very very awkward, and it's kind of off-putting as you kind of head down into Blade Chapel like this. The halls don't necessarily seem to go off in cardinal directions, but you basically go down. Eventually they take you to a particular room, and you guys are basically put inside of this room. Incredibly austere living quarters. This is straight up like beds are made of wood. There's a little bit of, say, like hay kind of put across them to create your quote unquote mattress. And there's like a single sheet of wool kind of thrown over that. So you can kind of like push down on these beds, immediately feel like the grain of the hay, and immediately kind of feel like the hardness of the wood. But they are beds. It is a room that you can kind of like make yourselves at home, and there is effectively like not necessarily say like a restroom, but there is effectively like a medieval loo that you guys can use sort of at the end of the hall, that is near enough by. But you guys are given a place to rest for the evening within Blade Chapel, and you guys can take a long rest if you are ready.
And I'm deleting the Skull of Raoul now, okay?
They haven't actually taken that from you, so for now, let me have you keep that.
Okay. And then also, is this still all that same day? And then in the morning, I roll for the staff?
It is indeed. I mean, there's no reason why you can't roll for it now because you are about to start doing everything for your long rests. But yeah, this is effectively the end of that same day.
Okay, I got a 19, so it does not disappear.
Gotcha. So we're not going to do like an immediate jump to where it's like the effective equivalence of October 22nd, because we're not going to like leave you guys without the option of basically helping Dalton. Um, so it's definitely still there where we'll kind of like pick up that next day. But effectively, you guys are going to go to sleep that night. Um, Effectively here, it's Gale and Jinx who are going to be visited by the apothecary this evening. Let's see. Looks like 9-2 was the first meeting with the dreaming apothecary. So yeah, we're what, a month and a half between that? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But yeah, you guys are sort of visited by the Dreaming Apothecary this evening. So you will each have pretty similar kind of like dreams of you're probably largely like set in that same disorienting room, and you kind of have this moment where you're like replaying this like death of Dalton in your mind. It's pretty kind of like a nightmarish sort of moment here, as that's where your consciousness probably is kind of focused at that point. And you have these different occasions where it's almost like a little bit weird, but you just kind of see like a little old man who's kind of like just smoking a hookah and seems to be kind of like watching these things play out. And you see it like once, twice, two or three times now that you've kind of watched over this like death of Dalton, and you're just keep noticing more and more the old man just puffing away at the hookah, just kind of like puffing out these like little smoke bubbles, and like it's getting smokier and smokier. It's harder and harder to sort of see this replaying scene where Dalton falls, until eventually you can kind of hear the fray. You can kind of hear the battle still happening. You can kind of see your friends in this battle, but you notice yourself isolated in this smoky cloud, and it's just that old man who's visible before eventually. Well, you seem a little preoccupied, but I was wondering if you were actually still desiring of your orders. I guess really it would be order, because he is speaking to each of you individually, even if it is, unbeknownst to you guys, effectively the same dream. So I believe sort of this is where, what do we got for Jinx? I think you're getting the animal figurine, and then Gail is getting. What did you go for, Gail?
The Numenara of the War Mage, I think it was called.
Okay, okay, gotcha. So that's the wand. Yep. So yeah, you guys kind of like pick up these two different items from him, effectively as he presents them to you inside of this dream. And you just have like these moments where he's just kind of chatting with you, like seeing if you actually care about the weapon. He can certainly sense something is wrong, but you definitely gain sort of the understanding like he's not seeing your dream. He's invading your dream, but he's not like experiencing the same thing. So it's really just kind of this recognition that this like dreaming apothecary seems to be aware that as he's trying to enter your dream, you keep like resetting it, almost like your like white blood cells like fighting him off, and he's struggling to like deliver these things. He doesn't come out and say that, but that's kind of like what you can kind of intuit from these moments. um and yeah, I feel like as far as things go for Dalton is inside of the ethereal plane. You are sort of floating above and around your body. You can see this white silver line that is drawn between you into the darkness, like all around you. And when you follow it, you can see that they're carrying your body to Blade Chapel. You can see that they're going about these different rituals to try to save you. You can see when they cast Gentle Repose, and like you smell actual herbs and flowers, and it's calming for you. You also will have a pretty similar experience with the Dreaming Apothecary trying to contact you. But for Dalton, this experience is going to be straight up like you're in this darkness, in this like just void where there's only that silver string, but occasionally you smell like the tobaccos and like the opium that they would be smoking at Danbury's. You can hear like the voice of the dreaming apothecary, like, your cloak. Wait, no, you did armor. Your armor is ready. Oh, why won't you? Hello, are you there? And you just kind of like have this like experience of like there's something more. He's near you, but he can't kind of approach effectively where you are in the ethereal plane. And that's sort of just like a little bit of like what Dalton would be experiencing over the vast amount of this time. Um, but as long as you're open with him being revivified, your spirit would basically be kind of in this weird sort of hanging out inside of the ethereal, just sort of stagnant, not necessarily having good or bad experiences. There's certainly the chance that things could see you and bad things could happen, but effectively Dalton just kind of hangs out there and is aware not to travel too far, certainly not to cut your own string that would allow you to return to your body. But I think those are the important things for you guys to take away from this night's rest. And again, that's where you guys can like enjoy the full benefits of this long rest.
Nice. That was the longest it's ever felt like where we didn't rest.
Alrighty. So, as far as when you guys wake up the next day, you'll basically be kind of retrieved from where you rested by Stillus. He will kind of come for you all and wake you all up pretty freaking early in the morning. As far as things go, it's basically going to be like right around like the 6 hour mark, where like technically to finish your long rest, like mechanically, you need to not do anything for the next 2 hours. But you kind of gain a sense like these people are religious fanatics. Like he's sort of waking you guys up to like, hey, it's time for you to start praying for the next 2 hours of your life. Don't you guys want to come in up to the chapel and pray? But he's kind of like waking you all up with, you'll hear just like a firm knock at the door, like, do, do, do. Good day, friends. Are you prepared to come to the chapel? Do you require more rest, or is everyone ready to start your day?
So Karina is probably still a bit groggy, being woken up this early, and she'll just call out through the door. It's all the same to you. I prefer to do my prayers in private. And then basically like closes her eyes again.
I feel like his response would basically be like to some effect of basically saying, we have private like stalls almost, where you can effectively like have a place to kneel and very uncomfortable place to like kneel on stone and basically speak with Lothian like on your own. But he'll basically kind of like maybe not calling your bluff, but call your bluff and say, "Oh, we've got places for you to pray in private. You don't have to pray in the actual chapel." But that's kind of his response is basically, "That's excellent. We have private stalls for prayer. If you would like guidance to them, I can certainly usher you that way before taking the others into the chapel."
And Karina kind of she gives out a groan, like not trying to hide it. It's like, oh, of course you do. Wonderful.
Does anybody actually wake up and go with him, or do you guys effectively just kind of like push him off and just
Yeah,
almost
I'm
like a
up. Let's go.
teenager?
I'm up. I'm up. Let's go ahead. We'll do the damn thing. I'm not much of a morning person though. And like first thing Jinx will do is like light up a cigarette, and then he'll go with him.
I think Gail was also just kind of groggy. No, not to be rude, but I think I'm gonna need more rest. Please.
Gotcha. Do you guys think Tom, Jellymoon, or Neffy are going with him?
I think actually
Feel like,
Tom. Oh, sorry.
oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, I think actually Tom would go if only like cause he's curious. Being kind of new here, still.
I would feel like Jelly Moon. He's basically a monk, right? So he's probably he's used to getting up early. I would think. Probably similarly.
Yeah, you might basically have Karina like waking up to see like Jellymoon is like already like standing in the corner, like almost like meditating in like half lotus with like one foot on the ground. The other foot is like pulled up into his legs. So it's as if he's like floating in full lotus with just like one foot touching the ground. I hope that kind of makes sense, but it would be incredibly uncomfortable. And he's just sitting there completely kind of like zoned into it in a full meditative state. So when he wakes up, like when he has that wake up call come to you guys, he would probably, yeah, like just kind of opening a single eye. I would like to see how you practice your prayers.
And I think Karina, her bluff having been kind of called, will she will go with Jinx as well. So she will head up, but her intention is to once she's led into this private area, basically just go back to sleep.
I was gonna say, I think Karina would definitely recognize that she could easily just go into this area and probably get a better sleep because she would be 100% in privacy. The one response that I do have from Stillis, though, is he is going to look to Jinx as the others are kind of gathering, and he's going to take your cigarette. And as he pinches the ember of it, and you kind of hear like the sizzle of his flesh kind of burning as he closes it, like pinches it off, he's, "Oh, while it's good to start your day in vice so you have something to cleanse yourself of, it would be best if you save this vice for once you leave Blade Chapel." But he pinches off your cigarette. If you were to light up another cigarette at this point, which I feel like would be pretty Jinx like, he's already kind of like walking you guys down the hall.
Never heard anybody call breakfast a vice, but I suppose everybody has their own.
So he can, I think we basically leave Gale behind, take the
Oh,
rest
and
of you.
I rolled for Neffy and she got a 10, so she's staying back too.
Gotcha. My bad. I saw that roll. Yeah, so Neffy and Gale kind of get left behind. You see as the others kind of walk off. They'll basically head on up into the normal chapel. You'll see that there are basically a congregation of like 8 knights in their armor, and they're all praying. Wait, I think it should be 7. Let me see. No, we're going for 8 knights all in their armor, and they are praying around the body of Dalton at this point. You can see that Torella is still there, and she is sort of standing over Dalton, still in kind of like not necessarily not praying, but again, she's silent, so she's sort of like intoning if anything, but you can see her mouth vaguely moving as if she were saying things. And you can see that the chapel has probably about 40 or so other people who are actually in the pews. But that's kind of the scene that you guys see as you head into Blade Chapel. Once you get there, Stillis will kind of guide you all to different places where you can kind of like go into the pews. But he will take Karina off to the other side, like the right side of the cross, and basically walk you down just like a flight or so into a private area where you effectively can hear there is prayer happening in some of these other ones. But you basically have like a private little like stone room that is again once again completely austere. It is nothing but blank stone in there. It is purely darkness. There's a little bit of space for you to kind of like kneel where your feet are below that, like below where your knees would be, but otherwise it would be a perfectly flat, comfortably cold stone to lay your head down on, and Karina to get a night's like continue her night's sleep. And he just kind of like walks her to that room, and he'll turn around and head back up the stairs. But you guys can see as they kind of continue this like morning prayer, Dalton sort of seems to be in the center of it. And eventually, when everything does kind of finish up, they will have some of those people are going to leave first, maybe about 10 or so minutes before everything finishes. And you see as they almost set up that entry hall of heroes, the double colonnade with like breakfast, and it's not necessarily like a buffet where there's a lot of choices, but they basically set it up with like a breakfast where you can kind of like walk by and grab some food, and it is effectively something where it's very like bland food, but it is health sustaining. And you can see that at least a portion of the people who were there at that chapel when you woke up are sort of servants, the people who keep the knights sort of like fed and taken care of, so they can go about doing their daily function without like using valuable time just to live. But eventually, once those people head off, a few minutes later, they kind of finish the initial prayer, and you guys will have Deanna Hilichan kind of like heading to you, and she would be one of the knights who basically was sitting or kneeling kind of towards the head of where Dalton's head. And you would see as she kind of like stands, she's not necessarily the tallest of these knights. She's not necessarily the strongest of these knights, but she certainly has the most like gaudy of the armors that these people have. Most of those 8 are kind of like decked out in plate mail. And hers would definitely have sort of some of like the kings of old, their chainmail would be like golden links in like the bottom few inches of it. So the part that was shown to kind of like cascade out from their armor would look golden. They would plate their armor in gold, and hers is basically done up like this, where if the sunlight hit her, it would just be a beacon of gold light just kind of shining back. and her armor is very much sort of in that kind of like gaudy, blinged out polish. Her chainmail again kind of finishes in these gold links, and you see as she kind of walks over to you all. So I think it's three of you. This would be Tom, Jinx, and was it Neffy? No, Neffy, stay back. Why do I feel like there should be three?
Jelly.
Jelly. Yeah, Tom, Jinx, and Jelly. And she'll basically head over to you all, and you have like a moment where she like looks over the other two, and she'll look towards Jinx. Good day, friend. I understand you all have sought after me a few times here, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Dear
Really?
Nahiliton,
And like he would like yeah, kind of like interrupt and say her name. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. We've been hoping to cross your path, but we knew you were busy, and it's not on the best terms right now. But it's a pleasure to meet you.
the Knights of the Pale are certainly at your service for the sacrifices you have made. And the city, both the 12 commanders and myself, in my own position, are pleased to do what we can to aid you who have given so much. And she'll basically take a moment, like, to kind of like look towards the other two, look towards Jinx, and say, "Would you introduce me to your friends? I don't yet know your names."
Yeah, so he would introduce him. So this is Jelly. He's sort of new, but saved him not long ago, and he's a good soul. And then who is the other one with me? You said?
Tom.
And of course, this is the legendary Tom. Not to be confused, of course, with Bob, who you may have seen with us previously, but this is brother, or her brother.
When she looks towards Tom, and like goes to introduce herself, shakes his hand, kind of thing, just like she would with Jelly Moon. But with Tom, you definitely have like a sense of like her kind of like shaking his hand and like almost ignoring sort of like the gendered comment, but she's also certainly like mildly confused here. Most humans in this place don't necessarily know enough about the lizard folk to really appreciate one way or another. And it certainly would be less than like with Jelly Moon. She's far more acquainted with sort of the niceties of how to approach an elf. You might even find at some point she basically, you know, says something in like Elvish, and you find Jelly Moon like not even prepared to respond, almost in that like level of oh, you're speaking Elvish. I wish I had parents who thought it was valuable to me to be taught the language of my people, but alas, they didn't. So I don't know what you said. And she kind of just glazes over it, but you kind of have this sense like this is somebody who knows and understands the proper ways in higher society to meet, greet, and sort of interact with people. And she doesn't like hold it above any of you all. The only thing that I think might stick out, let me just have insights from you all. They can be effectively from your main characters, even though they're not here right now. But let me just get an insight from you all, please.
Jinx is going to be a 7.
Looking like they're all going to be bad right now. Let's see if Karina can change that. Is that plus one as well? So 12?
For insight, it would be a 15 for her total.
Gotcha. So I think that's pretty solid to sort of recognize like she has these undertones of being like not well bred. She has these undertones of being like well bred and sort of like higher society, and she doesn't hold it against anybody, but you do start to pick up like this is very different from Kalimtas, who is like open to anybody kind of having their own choice of will. She is very far from the democratic sort of passage of people should rule themselves. And you can kind of see like this small, I would say this is like a flaw to sense in somebody who seems flawless. Like this is her flaw is how yeah, I could see how she would fit well as one of these 12 commanders because she clearly has like something sort of against almost like how quickly you bring in Jelly Moon. Like seeing Tom and kind of this recognition of like, how can you guys trust a lizard man in a case like this? But Karina kind of like picks up on like, for her, the flaw that you may see, the only flaw that she may have, could simply be this recognition that to her, not everybody is wise enough or smart enough or should be allowed to rule themselves. Some people should be under the stern fist of the emperor of mankind, or the emperor of Ptolus, kind of thing. What is it? The emperor of Tarsus? I can't even think of the name of the empire. I think it is just the empire. But that's just kind of like the moment in these little bits of conversation that you can kind of sense, like from somebody who all around seems pretty amazing, pretty flawless, all of you can kind of like pick out this, or mostly Karina can kind of pick out, and certainly once you guys talk about it, like compared to like the values of Kalimtas and this idea of people having their own choices matter is not in line with like what she kind of goes for. Um, but yeah, you guys kind of meet her. Everybody has breakfast. You get the whole crew back together, and eventually you'll have a little bit of time where Torella kind of rejoins you guys. You'll see as Deanna says goodbye to everybody. She is going to head back off to rejoin the 12 commanders. She's not any less busy than she was before. You guys were just there while everybody was waking up. Um, I would say, let's say Jelly Moon's picking that up because Karina isn't there. She's probably gone before Karina, Neffy, and Gale join this party because she basically eats and runs, prays, eats, and she's off.
Yeah, Karina is still sleeping, maybe softly snoring in her private prayer sanctum, probably at this point. So yeah, it would be. I think Jelly Moon would be the one to notice it.
So yeah, when you guys kind of have the attention again of Sister Torella, when you have her attention, she is basically looking to um see your opinions. We have a need for our particular flower that grows at grave sites. I could send you outside of the city to some of the ancient groves of the forest where there are small grave sites that you could retrieve some of these flowers from. Or closer and within the city, I could send you into the Necropolis to retrieve some of them. The Necropolis could certainly be easier, but if anything at all goes wrong, if you are there past night, the Necropolis is not a place where you would want to be. Do you all have any thoughts? Have you recently gone into the necropolis? Do you feel comfortable spending a day? Perhaps it shouldn't even be feasible to spend the night there.
I mean, I've never been to the Necropolis myself, but we were actually conversing about it not too long ago, so I think this is probably more than a coincidence. It was meant to be. It's up to me. That's where we'd go.
I suppose it would save us from needing to possibly sneak out and back into the city.
Breaking the siege would certainly be similar to if you were caught past dusk, the effort it would take to return to the city proper once the guards lock those gates.
I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of what's beyond the walls, but perhaps sticking to the city limits for now would be the better call. What do you think, Gail?
Uh, my bad, real quick. I should remind myself and you guys, um, the sister has a eunuch there speaking for her because she doesn't speak to you guys.
Oh, right, right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with going to the Necropolis. Uh, Seems easier, and if we can just get out before night, should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early, so if we're there by nighttime, something probably went wrong.
The eunuch kind of like looks at Sister Torella and looks back to you, and things in the necropolis have a tendency to go wrong. It's should be understood. The Forsaken are more willing to accept the living when we are bringing bodies to their sites. Those who go in without corpses are the ones who things tend to occur to. So your safety is not guaranteed, but we believe you should be safer going there, or at least in just as much danger as leaving the city itself. But you all are plenty capable.
Well, should the Forsaken bother us, perhaps we'll leave a few bodies, a few extra bodies in the end. Anyway,
I don't believe anybody's going to mind if you kill any of the Forsaken included. Kind of turns back to Sister Torella for a few moments and kind of like will return to you guys. And I understand the sister has a contact within the necropolis, a particular individual who lives on the island in the northwest. If you have any difficulties, if you are caught there into the night, Andak is a resource that should not be doubted. He can be incredibly valuable were you to require it. And basically, they're giving you this kind of reference to that island at the center of 126 is the home of Andak, a druid who lives within the necropolis. As far as people know, this is the only person who has effectively like ever survived a night within the necropolis who is not a member of the Forsaken. If the corpse eaters are chasing you, find you, or anything adverse happens, do everything you can to make your way to that island. If you are in need, we can send an herbalist with you, but are any of you capable herbalists? Are you familiar? And they basically will name like a particular plant. We'll call it like Gravesbane. But you can kind of recognize that it is a like sort of comfrey if anybody is an herbalist.
Nephrindale. She's not with us right this second, but she'll be with us. She's an herbalist. She knows all about that stuff.
You see the eunuch like wipes his brow and he like looks over back at the at Sister Torella, and you see like he doesn't actually like take the time to like hear words kind of given to him in the same way as he's like looking to her and almost saying, I almost shit myself when you basically go to offer me as the herbalist to go with them. This person is not a warrior, not somebody who feels any need in life in doing anything other than sharing the words of these Sisters of Silence. But yeah, once like Nephi joins you all, he will kind of convey sort of the description of Gravesbane. And then in particular, basically she can understand that you're looking for like a particular comfrey that almost grows like entirely devoid of color, and this is seemingly a plant that will grow on certain grave sites, but not on all. It seems to grow on some of the most ancient of sites, and in particular, as far as she can sort of recognize with the understanding, this is like an herb that sort of is kind of like a replacement sort of thing for like the diamond necessary in a lot of resurrections, that by finding this rare herb you can effectively bypass that requirement. And in the city at present, pretty much anything that can revive people at the like head of war is next to impossible to find. Pretty much everybody is starting to hoard those things at the risk of like a family member dying. But that's basically your journey ahead, is they're going to send you into the necropolis with the idea that you are going to search for Gravesbane. If anything goes wrong, you guys have that kind of island to go to and search out Andak, or you can basically try to flee over the walls if you are caught there after dark. And also with that in mind, um, you'll kind of be like given the idea like it may be easier to go over the northern wall and flee the city than it is to get back into the city over the southern walls. Because I shouldn't like I don't have to remind the people who are like living in Tolis, they basically besiege the necropolis every night. The dead rising and trying to fight their way out of the necropolis is 100% a thing. So if it sounds good, let's take a little break here, and then we'll pick up with you guys going into the necropolis shortly here.
Sounds good
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm back.
Excellent. Unless Chris didn't leave, I believe you're the first.
So the necropolis that bumps up against the outer wall, right to the north of the
Yeah,
city.
it's like the northeastern side of the city.
Okay, yeah,
So you can see on this map, it's a tiny little section as far as the city goes, but it's like pure grave sites.
right, yeah. Yeah, I think Karina is gonna suggest maybe we worst case if we I don't know, is the wall would the wall be potentially scalable to um get out of the city if we had like climbing gear, or is it kind of manned? I would imagine, especially like even looking in almost to the necropolis from the battlements and stuff.
Well, that's part of where I would put it to you. Like, it is certainly worth having climbing gear for the potential that you could scale your way out. But theoretically, there's also guards on the wall who their entire job would be to prevent you from doing that. Not necessarily because they know you're the living, but because after nightfall, the dead try to escape the necropolis.
Right. So just so yeah. So at night they're going to assume anybody trying to get out is yeah. Shoot first, ask questions later. Yeah, makes sense.
Hey, did you
Yeah,
make a thing for our like dreaming apothecary items?
I believe it's on your character already.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, wait, maybe you're the one who I didn't add it to?
Is that an attunement item?
I believe yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's not on here. It would be showing up under the like attunement box. And did we hear roughly how high the actual walls are? Is it like roughly like 30 feet or like 100?
I don't know in particular. It's been a while since I've looked up the actual height of the walls. I would say probably something between 30 and 40 feet kind of thing.
Okay, and then you had said that that ring was the ring of jumping. That could be relevant, so maybe we should like figure that out. And then I have those gloves still, so that's an option for us. And then the other thing that's unrelated but could be potentially a good idea is I think we should notify Davros. Like obviously we could wait until we like revive Dalton, but feels like a responsible thing to do to like send word to him. So what if we sent Jelly Roll?
When Jelly Moon hears you say that, he kind of looks at you and he like has like a little bit of a tear in his eye and he kind of like looks and says, I was named after the Jelly Moon, which is a particularly bright red and orange glow that the moon shares. only once in 14 years or so. It is oh so perfectly lit and colored that it just looks like a beautiful, glowing cherry jam.
So you'll do it. We'll give you a description of him and everything, and obviously you'll earn some coin for it. He's gonna be pissed, so after you notify him, be careful. He may attack you.
If we're planning on, I mean, since we're planning on getting Dalton back, why not spare him the grief if we can?
He's got a right to know, I think, more than anything, and he's been a partner to me just as much. Maybe not as much, but I met him before I met Dalton, so it's the right thing to do. I mean, he's not going to be happy, but who knows? Maybe there's something he could do to help. And what if something went wrong and there was something he could do to help? It's just the right thing to do.
Well, you know him better than I, so I will defer to you.
Oh, the irony. Yeah, so Jelly kind of like looks at you guys as you're like debating this and seeing who wants, like, who thinks it's right, who thinks it's wrong, whether you guys are gonna go forward or not. And you can definitely tell he's like super excited for the idea of not going into the Necropolis.
Yeah, I don't think we should kill him on the first day.
But Justin had basically mentioned that Karina would be looking to get some climbing gear. You guys do have the gloves, you do have the ring of jumping. So those are all exit plans worth keeping in mind. Part of what I was responding to him before the others had returned was that, effectively this place is under siege. So while you could climb out, it is the job of the guards who are watching the walls that nothing gets out. If you are climbing those walls, as far as they are concerned, you are undead. So that's part of why um, Sister Torella didn't tell you, hey, climb your way out of this place. The first solution is make your way for that island.
Yes, definitely a plan B or C or D, climbing the walls.
Yeah, it's definitely multiple fallbacks because the plan A is don't be there past nighttime.
Yeah, then B would be if we do get stuck, try and make our way to, was it Andak, the druid?
Yeah, yeah. Ondak is the druid. And she would basically tell you guys the name of the island is Clastamus Island. But in the long run, just knowing that it is the island there is like a sanctuary against the undead.
Oh,
Any other
oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, yeah, since we've got a bit of a time limit on this, probably best to get what gear we need and head out.
So perhaps the fastest way is to go into Delver Square and actually like just purchase a bunch of climbing gear from a shop where they're just going to have it prepared and kind of ready. versus going to like the goblin house. You guys probably have this stuff just in the Twin Star Marauders like horde, but it's definitely like not necessarily as prepared. So there's a certain value to going out and purchasing fresh stuff as there is going somewhere where you have it for free, but you might take longer to do it. Do you guys have any thoughts there? Like, do you want to make sure that you're not losing any moments possible, or do you want to just kind of grab it? Effectively, like I was saying to Justin earlier today, most mundane equipment you can get from the guild for free.
Yeah, I would say just whatever's quickest. So even if we just go and purchase some, uh, never have too much climbing gear and rope.
Gotcha. How much rope do you guys have right now? How much rope do you guys want to take?
So Karina's got 50 feet. So one you know standard length of rope.
Oh yeah, I'll pick up some of that. What's it called? It's like the special rope.
I think the elven weave is the silken rope.
Yeah, the silk rope, so it's not as heavy.
Gotcha. Do you guys think you need more than 100 feet?
Maybe we get 100 feet of silk rope, so we have 150.
Do you want to pay effectively twice as much for it to have it one length of 100-foot rope? But it would be like the price of 200 feet of rope.
I think that's probably worth it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we could always cut it if, like, for some reason we were like needing to.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't even necessarily care how much you guys keep track of costs on and whatnot. A lot of times you probably have way more money than you'll ever spend, but you can definitely write down that you have 100-foot length of silken rope, and then Karina has her 50-foot length of hemp rope. Um, Climbing gear sets I think are like 10 or 12 gold pieces. You guys are gonna go in. Are you taking a crew? Are you guys thinking about taking sidekicks?
Well, Neffy's definitely gonna come with us because she's the herbalist, so I'll take her as my sidekick.
Yeah, I'd probably switch up Tom for Bob.
And
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a tank.
I think Karina's okay. So they'll send off Jelly Moon to break the news to Davros. But I think she doesn't want to take the extra time to try to convince somebody else to come with them. So I think she's good going herself.
Gotcha. So we'll go with the five of you. So what is that, like maybe like 3 climbing kits? Or do you wanna take a 4th for the person with the ring? Do you wanna have a 5th for the person who has the gloves?
I think if I have the 100-foot rope and the gloves, worst case scenario, I could potentially like climb up and then throw the rope down to everybody. So, I would imagine like some kind of like rigging gear and everything could still be relevant.
So it'd be like 100 gold about for the if we wanted to get 4 climbing kits, and then just distribute them amongst the 4 who don't have the so everyone but Jinx, I guess. So people who don't have the gloves, just to be extra prepared.
All right. So you can't get a great view of it like on this map, but there are basically four entrances into the necropolis. So before I switch like back over to the necropolis proper, do you guys have thoughts on if you're coming from Delver's Square, perhaps the most direct route is kind of the I don't know, again, you can't really see the numbers on this, but it's like the southwestern one that is like more south than it is west. It almost like is the entrance that kind of points towards that second O in Polis. Do you guys see which one I'm kind of like pointing at or looking at? Oh wait, I can draw. I can draw. Bam. That kind of entryway, I feel like is kind of the most direct as far as like the roads coming from Delver Square. But do you guys have any thoughts on where you are going to enter?
I would say either that one or the one uh, slightly up. Um, so more, yeah. So that third one that you just drew. Or if we wanted to start off, it would probably take us longer to get there, but the entrance that is closest to the island itself. Um, but I was thinking like I don't know if that's 127 there, but like so not the one, not the first one that you mentioned, but yeah, that one.
Actually, I have an idea here. Bam. There we go. Yeah, so orange was the one I was saying was like most direct, perhaps from like the roads out of Delver Square. Purple is the one that would take you closest to the island, and then blue is, I think, the one that you were just saying there that kind of puts you right between those.
Yeah, the blue was the one I was referring to. Gail, do you need to switch out Bob, and we need to go back to the North Market to the Goblin House? Because if we have to do that, then it probably makes the most sense to use the purple one, because from North Market, that's probably the most direct.
The Goblin House is along that road.
I mean, probably if we do it like that.
Yeah, the purple one sounds pretty good because that's kind of by like where the island is too, so we'd be like kind of familiarized with that area.
I just want to put out there, like, if you wanted to avoid it, you could send a shadow, like, to tell Bob, hey, we need you to come out.
Yeah, that would probably be quicker. Just tell him to meet us.
But again, going that route is also perfectly acceptable. I think that green dot is where the Goblin House is. But sounds like a plan then? Will it take you all through that northern entrance into the necropolis?
Yeah, you don't want to bring Terry or anybody as like a final sidekick or like a third sidekick.
I think I'm good. Karina's she's pretty hardy today. Again,
I'm gonna pay for that rope, 100 gold, and then 35 gold roughly a piece for the other stuff.
climber skits are 25 apiece. Yeah.
All right.
And I hadn't been keeping track of Karina sidekick money, but she would, obviously chip in for the supplies.
Yeah, she easily has been paid between 500 and like 1,000 gold. Again, I don't think the economy is nearly that important as you can start her at one of those numbers. I think originally I was gonna have you roll like 2d6 and I think have that times like 150 gold.
Yeah, I can do that.
So what is that? 900 gold.
Was that amulet you described earlier magical, or was that just like a something else?
Yeah, the only thing you guys picked up basically were all magical options. Purely because you could tell that they were like pristine.
So do you
But
guys
that
have
was a
any?
lie. The amulet was one of the ones that was clearly a mark of one of the chaos cults. There was the broken square ring that you guys know are the Brotherhood, the green spiral amulet, and then there was an 8-pointed arrow medallion. And I think those last two were basically in that cult book, which I think I've now deleted from the Discord.
Do you guys have any interest in like equipping any of your characters with either the wand, the bracers, the mace +1, breastplate +1? We have that armor +1 too, the leather armor, and then a spear as well.
I guess Karina would be interested in the +1 leather armor because it would essentially be equivalent to studded leather, but a bit lighter.
It is studded, so it's +1 studded leather.
Oh, okay.
Is there special requirements on the bracers? Is that for like monks or something like that only? I can't remember.
I believe as long as you're not wearing armor.
Okay, so like barbarians could take something like that too. So
Yeah, and then you guys took them off of a wizard.
Yeah, so
Yep.
Gale could
While
use.
wearing these bracers, you gain +2 bonus to AC if you are wearing no armor and using no shield.
oh, sick. Gail, could you use those?
Yeah, I could.
And I would say actually, Jinx should probably take the studded leather +1, unless he's got a um, fashion objection to wearing it.
Oh wait, why? What's your armor?
Karina's pretty dexterous. She's wearing regular studded leather, so I think Jinx could probably use it more.
I have regular leather armor right now, 11 AC.
Yeah, so that would give you a +2 if you switch to studded leather. I think +1.
And what's Karina at? She's at like 16 right now?
He's actually at 17 because she's got maxed
Yeah.
out dex.
That would be better for you guys because it would put you at 16 with Jinx, 17 with Karina, and I think that's going to put Gale at what, 17, 22?
Yeah, how does that work with mage armor? Like the bracers.
You got to look at the actual wording of mage armor, but I'm pretty sure mage armor does not count as armor. I think it just gives you the AC calculation.
Yeah, I just read it. Person wearing armor, target space AC becomes 13, then plus dex.
Yep. So you're basically looking at 15 plus your dexterity at that point. So you should be at 17, and then if you cast shield, you're at 22.
Yeah.
Okay, sick. Yeah, that actually boosted me by 2, so that's awesome.
Alrighty. So you guys head off through Delver Square, head off through the Goblin House, grab everything you need. So when you go through the Delver Square, it's kind of like you're like throwing this climbing kit to Tom, and basically, oh, I should actually have you guys take notes. Like in your note section on D&D Beyond, it's a good idea to keep track of what you give your sidekicks, because your sidekicks, you guys can give anything you want. So, mark down for like Chris, like, Tom has a climbing kit now. So next time you guys go and do something, Tom has a climbing kit. If you give somebody the +1 spear, you can throw it down in your notes that Terry has a +1 spear, and kind of like cover those things. But solid place to keep like those little notes on what your sidekicks have when you guys get extra items that you can kind of throw their way. So as you guys make the way towards the necropolis, one of the things that you see, say like a quarter of a mile out from the necropolis, is there are a lot of people who are professional mourners in the city. These people basically line the streets for that last quarter of a mile, half mile towards the necropolis. They are dressed all in black, and they are just weeping, wailing, just making the largest scene they can to show that if you hire them, they can mourn your dead with you. And these people are everywhere on the streets. The closer you get, the louder it gets. The more people you are kind of like pushing forward to. As you kind of go closer, there's more and more. There's more and more actual like funerals trying to head into the necropolis. And I just want you guys to roll a d10 for me from each of you, please, to see how difficult it is to get through the gates.
That is a 9.
I got 9 as well. And also, I don't know if this makes any difference for any rolls or anything along the way, but I'm actually carrying one of those dragon rifles with me.
And Karina got a 4 on it was D10. You said right?
Indeed, all good. So there's definitely like a certain amount of a wait to get into the necropolis. You guys are behind a few funerals. Takes about like 15-20 minutes for each one to get through. Feels like about an hour goes by once you just get queued up to walk through the gates. When you guys finally get to the actual people, Tom is one of the only ones I think who is not from Tolis. And Tom is definitely gonna, or no, wait, it's Bob now. Bob is gonna have a little bit of a salty kind of taste in her mouth as she recognizes they've got a better customs going through this gate in Necropolis than the smugglers who had them as slaves would have ever gone through bringing them into the city. Like, just to kind of recognize, like, if you all would have done this when they brought us in on the ship that they brought us in on, you would have noticed that they were smuggling slaves and freed us. So Bob's gonna have a little bit of salt to get over just in recognizing that they're like protecting this avenue far more than they protected like the docks. Um, but she's also free now and probably in a better circumstances regardless. But it's not a huge happy time for for Bob to kind of recognize that. but you guys are definitely picked apart. Do you have the paperwork for your rifle, like for your firearm on Jinx?
Oh, well, I have my paperwork, but I don't know if it's weapon specific. Like if mine is only
It
for
is
this.
no. It's essentially as long as you are traveling with that paperwork, once you have the paperwork to own a firearm, you're good. It's just registering for it. So that's one of the things where the guard sees the dragon rifle and you have paperwork to be carrying a firearm, and sternly like basically ask for it and a little bit more apologetic once they see that your paperwork's in order as they kind of hand it back to you. They'll like go over everybody's actual like citizens of Tolis. They're kind of like asking you all why you're coming into the necropolis, and that's probably one of the most important questions where kind of like looking over you guys and nobody's carrying like a coffin or you don't have what appears to be any sort of dead body, and they're just, what's your reason for heading into the necropolis this day?
We got to get some of the crypt lotus or the flower with the nephew. Nephew, tell this man.
Roll me a d20, Justin. Jinx.
Oh, do you want any modifiers on it or just straight 7?
Gotcha. He kind of like looks at her for a while and kind of like looks over all of you guys and um you guys are gonna have to see the captain. Who's in your party here?
Look, I mean, we really don't need to see the captain if I'm just doing a bad job of explaining it. Our friend died, and we it's the only way we can revive him. So it's kind of urgent right now, and I know like you guys, I'm not trying to bribe you or anything like that, but we can make it worth your while if you didn't hold us up unnecessary. I mean, you see, we got the paperwork. We're good people, you know.
Give me a persuasion.
All right, I can.
Disadvantage.
Okay, okay, disadvantage.
What were you thinking there?
I would like maybe like kind of pull my like jacket away a bit and like I've got like my gold pouch right there and everything. So just to like make it clear like whatever we need to do. I don't know if that's good or bad, but so persuasion is it's a 9. No wait, perception. Persuasion is 16.
No. He kind of like looks at you, looks down at the purse, and he'll be like kind of just like saying one thing as he kind of like is reaching out his hand to sort of like kind of open it like low towards his waist, but he's basically having you like put the coins in my hand and be sly about it. But he's like, well, you just have to understand, if you're coming in to mourn your dead friend, normally you would have a dead friend with you. But if you're coming in particular, and he just kind of like rants on like perhaps what you really meant to say was that your friend has passed away recently here and has already been buried, and it is now that you would like to return to the grave and take that time to mourn him. And again, he just kind of waits for you to place some coin in his hand.
So Jinx will do like the like double handshake. So he has it like in one hand, the pouch with 10 gold in it, and then he'll like put his other hand over it, and he's like, "See, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Is I was doing a bad job explaining it because what you said is exactly what I meant to say."
Yes, our friend is a bit confused in his grief, perhaps.
He
Appreciate your
like
understanding.
he like takes a few moments where you see as he's like kind of like moving around the coins in the bag to try to see if he can figure out how much you gave him. And there's a point where you can see there's just a little bit too much doubt in his mind where he just has to like actually see, and he like actually opens up the bag to look inside. And you said there's 10 gold pieces in there?
Yeah, yeah. I steady keep 10 gold piece bribe bags. So
So you see once he actually notices that it's like gold and you didn't give him like copper or something, that perhaps he was expecting to say like 20 silver pieces or something like that. Like 10 pieces seemed like way too little, but he like sees the gold of the coins, and you see is immediately he's trying to hide the fact that he has this bag of coins, doing an absolutely horrible job of it. But he'll like quickly get you guys through that gate and kind of move you on into the actual necropolis. So you all have a vague idea that you're looking for a particular sort of like almost colorless, like gray flower that grows on some graves. Neferndel is effectively the expert that you have for identifying that you have the correct one, but you guys sort of have the option of, do you want to sort of like separate yourselves and try to cover as much ground as possible and see if some of you can track it down and then get together to bring like Neffendel there to collect it? Do you guys want to just go out as a single unit and see if you can find it? How do you want to approach once you are inside of the necropolis your search for Gravesbane?
So are the graves pretty like haphazard in terms of the, or is it kind of like orderly and like an actual like a modern cemetery kind of layout?
My bad. This is actually a really, really ordered grave site. You can maybe not like see from walking through it, but you do notice at different times that there is a certain sense of like when you enter the gate, you can kind of see almost all of the gravestones are kind of like facing towards that entryway. So you can see like on this picture, like if you had like an eagle's eye view, that there's, I have such fat lines right now. There's like semicircles to like how these are set up. It is a very orderly one. If you walk far enough out, you can see that like the next set are all in like straight lines, and it's almost like that effect like walking through some forests where the forest was planted. It looks super random right up until you get to the right part, and all of a sudden everything lines up. This is very much kind of one of those situations where like you initially walk in, you can kind of like stare down one alleyway of graves before you like recognize that those are like all in line, but the whole semicircle is kind of like looking at you with the faces. Move past them about 200 feet, and all of a sudden all of them are facing north to south. But yeah, it's very ordered. They're not all uniformly ordered, but you can kind of see like within time that there's definitely like a segmentation or some sort of order to how these grave sites have been placed.
Gotcha. Well, given that Neferndel is probably the only one who would be able to recognize it more or less on sight, um, Karina will probably suggest that maybe to start we stick together, and then if we're not having any luck as the day progresses, consider at that point maybe breaking out into. She's going to suggest that nobody goes off on their own, but we could at some point split into maybe one group of three, one group of two, if we don't have any luck together to start.
mean, I could see the upside and the downside to either of them. We're in a unfamiliar place. We don't know much about it and hostile, but we are in a hurry. So whatever you guys want to do, I'm okay with.
So where you're at now, there are plenty of groups of people coming into the city, and it's the same type of thing where there might be like a small family like grieving, but some richer families have a bunch of paid actors who are grieving with them. So there's plenty of humans walking around this place right now. During the daytime, there's a solid flow of people coming into the necropolis. It's hostile at night. So, but right now, there's plenty of people who are like walking around. Tends to be actual funeral processions. So you guys, without like an actual corpse, are the weird ones. But otherwise,
Okay, and then at night, like they like kind of lock it down, and then the like stuff comes out of the ground or like out of the mausoleum or whatever it's called.
precisely, yeah. There's undead who are in here and locked inside. The Forsaken are humanoids who are dead worshippers. And then the Dark Reliquary itself is that massive mansion that you guys can see off to the east, and it overlooks the cliffs to the actual ocean. But the Dark Reliquary is this massive, like mansion that is just kind of staring over the entire necropolis. And most people know that that's like filled with some sort of evil that is other than the actual spire, a very similar level of like, I mean, if it survives the undead, something's fucked up about it. You know what I mean? Like everybody kind of has that sense of what is going on with the Dark Reliquary. But yeah, this place is seems perfectly okay during the day. You just know that like once it gets close to dark, nobody's fighting to come into it. Like nobody's waiting in line to get through because you basically have to be out by dark.
Yeah, just maybe in that case, yeah, it would make sense. Like Neferndel can try and give whoever's not going with her, just like as good of a description as she can, and then anyone who's not traveling with her maybe just makes a note of where they think they might have found it, and then we can go and get Neferndel to confirm it, and sort of uh, maybe almost like have one group go from that entrance, start south, and the other start north, and then meet up again in an hour to you know compare, or a couple hours.
Which sounds better to Jinx and Gale?
I think yeah, Gale's fine with like splitting up. Yes, we're still here in the day, but probably like have a meeting point, or if we get too late.
Where do you want to suggest you meet?
I think yeah, Gale would suggest like the island. Like if it starts getting too late, like the sun is getting down and we're still separated, just head for the island, even if we haven't found the flower yet.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Have the island as a rally point. If we need to fall back for any reason or we get separated for too long, we meet back up there.
And I would say try and make the meeting, plan to meet there at least, say, an hour before nightfall, if we can.
The spire should cross its shadow over This northern area, about an hour before nightfall, when the spire's shadow crosses the necropolis for us, we'll head to the island.
It sounds like a plan to me.
So, who wants to go to the north? Who wants to go to the south? Which one's going to take Neffy? And do you guys want to have multiple groups or like 3 groups? Do you want to do 2? Do you want to do 5?
Karina's thinking, even though it seems pretty safe here during the day, she's still, probably doesn't want to have anybody go off alone. So she suggests 2 groups, one to the south, one to the north, one of 2 people, and one of 3.
Marina could definitely bring up that the Pale Dogs are not adverse to coming into the necropolis and robbing people who are here alone. So, solid reason for Karina to just be like, hey, we should not go single.
Yeah, she'll volunteer to go north with well, I guess with whoever.
Well, me and Bob can follow you north. So, Neffy and Jinx south then?
It sounds good to me. I mean, Neff is the one's going to be able to identify the flower the best, so I can watch her back. Watch she does all the real work, and then if you guys find it, don't find us or whatever, and hopefully this go off without any hitches. I mean,
If we find anything that seems like it could be it, we'll might as well take it, and Nefrendel can confirm once we've met back up.
yeah, I guess at some point in time we would like converse with Neferndale and make sure like whatever process needs to be done, if there's like specifics, or if we can just kind of like grab whatever we think it is. I would imagine they probably have like showed us the equivalents of like a image of it, so we have a pretty good idea.
You were basically described that it's kind of like a colorless gray flower. And like instead of like green leaves, it grows kind of colorless gray leaves as well. So that's really what you guys, without the knowledge, are kind of looking for. Neferndel, understanding a comfrey, is essentially kind of like almost like lettuce like greens, but they kind of like grow from the ground and just kind of flop over. And the flower just is like a long, thin, kind of like green stalk that just like drapes the flower from the top about 6 or 8 inches from the ground. Um, but effectively, she knows what to look for. When Karina brings up like we can just harvest it, like and just take it if we see it, Neferndel's going to say, like, kind of describe like you need to dig up the roots and actually like dig around it and try to cut about like a 6 inch circle and then really kind of lift as much roots as you can because you want the roots as well as the actual greens that you can see. Uh, but she'll basically describe like there's more to it than just spotting the flower and taking it, but she'll try to describe it to you in a way that if you do that, hopefully you don't like damage it too much. um but yeah, you guys can kind of separate. We can have Gail and Karina do a roll, and I'd like the 2 of you to roll a D100, please.
Right. And can we
And
assume we
then
would have, like, if Neferndel kind of told us this, we would have picked up maybe just some basic like hose and like things to help get the flower out of the ground.
yeah, I'd say for what it's worth, like everybody in these like ancient times has like an actual like knife that you pretty much like live with. It's effectively your eating utensil. To be able to cut up a little bit of earth is pretty simple. You don't necessarily need like an actual hoe. But yeah, you guys effectively just know like you're trying to cut like a 6-inch deep hole.
Gotcha. Okay. So 68 from Karina on the D100.
And
Yeah.
then Gale rolled a 3.
Yep.
And then Jinx, let me have you roll a uh not from Jinx, but let's go a D20 with what is her proficiency bonus? It's +3 at 6. It's I think
It's
was
supposed to be at
7 when you
20.
got the +3? But you
I
just
think
rolled an
it's
18, right?
32.
Yeah. So let's see. I would say you guys didn't really plan if you were successful. Um, Gail is going to find effectively what you spot to be it pretty early, and be pretty confident that you have some of it. I want you to do a medicine check, Gail, to see how well you harvest it. Neferndel as well is going to spot some pretty quickly and pretty early, and she successfully harvests it. Solid. That's good enough. Where Gale gets a solid amount of the root mass, and is able to kind of like clean it of the dirt. You will very quickly smell that, like once you actually like get the dirt kind of free of the roots, that while the flower is aromatic to itself, the actual roots themselves are just a really, really strong, almost kind of like spicy. Uh, I'm just gonna go with a like an anise. I don't know what comfrey smell like, but let's go for like an anise, kind of like a black licorice smell. But it's a super strong smell once you free the dirt from around those roots, and you'll pretty quickly recognize whatever this plant's doing. There's a reason why you needed the roots because they are certainly the most aromatic part of it. But you're both successful. You're both successful early, but now, what are you going to do about it? Because you've now separated yourselves from each other and you plan to meet for dusk. So, say you're looking at like early afternoon, you're now somewhere up in like the quiet, up in that northern area, and somewhere down in like kind of south of the lake. What are your thoughts?
Well, if Gale seems to be pretty confident that he's found the right stuff, um, Marina is going to suggest that maybe our group tries to see if we can go and find Neferndel and Jinx to the where they went off to the south.
And Neff and Jinx, having found the thing, they're gonna go to the rally point.
Gotcha. Let me have Jinx roll a survival with advantage. Neth or Karina and Gale, let me have each of you roll a perception.
That is a nat one.
Perception, that would be a 13 for Karina.
And we're 16 for survival. And I wasn't trying to be difficult when you said you were coming to look for us. I decided what we were gonna do ahead of time so that it would be like random and not like tainted.
No, I think that makes perfect sense. We did not really have a fully fleshed out plan, so that makes perfect sense.
But what do we do if we're successful?
That's how you know we're forever a group of pessimists because we didn't even think about the possibility that we just like, oh, we found it. Okay, let's go now.
You said your perception from Karina was 13, like modified, right?
Total was 13. Yep, she rolled a 6 and then plus 7.
Gotcha. So by the time Jinx is kind of following his way back up to the lake, you are effectively kind of like coming up from this southern area, like just to the west of where it has the end for Necropolis. You're kind of heading up along that long road that's just like straight pointing towards the lake. And you're walking along that. You find yourself up to the lake. You walk along the shore, and you're basically noticing that, like, that island is like a beautiful verdant forest. It is just tall, massive trees that stand 60, 100, 200 feet tall. It's an incredible green garden, like in the center of this horrific stone, like testament to death. And when you get to the edge of the actual water, you see a lot of that life is kind of continuing from the water. Like there's beautiful green walkways immediately next to the water. But the moment they come in contact with like the actual stones of the grave sites, you see that that greenery kind of like dies off, and it's back to just kind of like the plain pale of the rest of this place. But you immediately kind of have like a sense of the like greenery and life that is this island. When you get to the lake, the water is like beautifully clear, and you can pretty much stare down into the water. And whether it is 5 feet deep or 100 feet deep, it is really difficult to know, but you can see down through it. I'm pretty sure it's something that happens in if not Sweden, one of those like Nordic countries. And I'm sorry if I say Nordic and they're not actually Nordic, but like Finland, Sweden, and damn, I can't think of the other one. Fuck. Um, but did you know the third?
Well, I think it's like Norway, Denmark. Um,
Yes, Norway is the other one I was thinking of. But like I think some of the lakes that are up in, again, I think it's Sweden, up in the mountains, they're like hundreds of feet deep, but because they're always so cold, like things don't rot in them, but it also makes it so they don't become like cloudy. So they're just beautifully clear, and it would look like it's 5 feet deep, but they're like 200 feet deep. You can see massive trees in it. This place has like odd water like that. The water is perfectly clear, and you can see everything inside of it. Not necessarily like fish or like life swimming around, but you can see signs of like trees that have kind of fallen over into the water. But the perfectly clear is what really kind of jumps out with what you kind of like see as you walk up to this. Now, as far as Karina goes, Neferndel and Jinx are walking along this kind of route along the southern edge of the lake before they get to these massive stone figures, and you're kind of coming from that, say, like entry road where you guys first came in, and you're getting close to the lake as you basically see Neff and Jinx are crossing these two stone statues on either side of the bridge, and they are taking their first steps onto the bridge to cross over onto the island. So I'm not gonna like drop tokens for you, but Neff it or Karina, Gail, and Bob are kind of over there. Neff and Jinx are, that's really bad, but kind of like right there. So you basically see that, what is it? It's probably like a quarter of a mile away from you. You can spot two figures, reasonably sure, for what it's worth, that it's Neferndel and Jinx walking onto the island at present. With that in mind, I don't think you guys have a way to communicate to them. They are basically going to walk across to the island, where you are going to be greeted by the druid Andak.
Yeah, I think I don't think we have a way, so probably just try to assuming it's them going on to the bridge, maybe just try and have our group kind of hurry is and try to join them as quick as we can. Maybe try to I don't know, it's probably going to be difficult given that the distance, but try to just like I don't know, signal them, like kind of like almost wave, but it's probably too far away. Might be some people, other people in between. So probably yeah, just maybe more try to hurry up and get to them.
Yeah, I think for most mundane purposes, they are probably too far away for you to do any sort of contact to them. But effectively, like once they cross the bridge, you might be along that kind of northeastern, like jutting out area that kind of approaches the island. And it's like the closest you get, but it's like as they're walking into sort of the verdant forest that is the island and sort of disappearing from view. So you guys kind of catch up, maybe say like a half hour or so after they've walked onto the island. But again, Jinx and Neferndel are going to see like all of these stone statues kind of as they cross the bridge. You'll notice a few of them inside of the edge of the forest as you're walking onto the island. Maybe Karina notices one of these stone statues as she like sees them. That's almost kind of like getting covered by the greenery of the island. But effectively, you guys start to see that there are these like massive stone statues that seem to be the only like non maybe it's best to say the only evidence of kind of culture about this island. Otherwise, it very much looks like a rainforest in the center of this cemetery here. So you cross over though, and you'll be kind of greeted by Andak, who, after a few moments, kind of like recognizes you all heading over, and you'll see as this old man seems to be, maybe like in his 90s kind of thing, just sort of approaches you with a hunchback, big gray beard that kind of hangs down almost to the ground, and he sort of just kind of approaches you and, "Hmm, good day, friends. What aid can I lend you? It brings you here to Cluster Missile."
Honestly, it's sort of a weird situation. We here with some friends and we kind of separated, and it's just seemed like a really obvious place that we could meet back up if we need to. So don't technically need anything from you, but maybe if we could just sort of spend some time here.
Were you not welcome, you would not be here. Consider yourself at home. And he just kind of nods to you and seemed to just kind of walk off. And in the moment of like greeting you, he's like almost already kind of like forgotten you as he like nods and just goes on just his like little saunter around the aisle at this point.
Sure, yeah, appreciate it. I'll glad to keep you company if you don't mind. And Jinx will just start like walking around like with him and just like cordial conversation if he's interested.
Roll. Hmm, I think just give me charisma, a charisma check, but without proficiency. So I guess I'll give you like Bardic. It's kind of weird, but you rolled a 16 there.
No, no, I got a 6, so it would be like a
Okay, so that's
my charisma is +4, so it would be like a 10.
he's kind of just like walking and like he doesn't realize that you're there at first. So you're kind of like conversing to somebody who seems to be kind of like hooing and hawing, like, Mom, yes. And then like after a few minutes, he's almost like startled as he like turns with the lake, as he like starts to come in contact with the lake. He's almost like startled by your presence as he like turns around and says, good day, friend. Welcome. How can I uh, assist you?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say I met a lot of druids throughout the years, and well, few enough, and none of them the same, but all of them quite interesting. So I figured, I'll take advantage of this opportunity to, you know, get to know one a little better. So, and I don't really know anything about the area, so maybe you could tell me about the Necropolis and how it is that you're the only one that's able to stay here at night. I mean, looks like your sort of creation's fighting back the forces of evil. I mean, right? And just kind of going off on like tangent like that.
Uh, good. Wise to keep your mind active and your thoughts pointed forward. And you see that he doesn't point like forward. He like points like clearly like 45 degrees to the left. And he's just like, it is wise to keep your mind sharp and keep yourself pointed forward and always make your way through life with a purpose. This is the island of famous, forgotten in his time. And like the next time you like come across one of these stone deities is the next time that he actually speaks, and he kind of like will just raise a hand and kind of move away some of the greenery. And they're just kind of walking around the edge. So this is roughly when like Karina, Gale, and Bob like rejoin, and you guys have all five of you. Like as he's kind of just like raising a hand, and like the vines and the trees kind of clean themselves off this stone statue, and it just kind of, this is famous, old and forgotten. Very few appreciate. It is the power of famous to keep this place clean. Dead cannot approach any longer. The waters, the bridge, our island are all safe amidst the destruction of the dead. Oh, good day to you. Welcome. How can I aid you? And he looks to the others as they're kind of like walking forward and kind of recognizes they all like kind of are like joining you. But you see after a moment as he's like welcoming them and asking how he can aid them, he like also kind of turns to Jinx and says the same thing to Jinx and to Neferndel. Uh, Basically kind of like with a weird sort of recognition. This guy is freaking ancient. He is not just 90 years old, and his mind is something else.
So I think Karina will she will greet him. Maybe mention Sister Tyrella sends her regards, just to see if that if the name has any reaction, or if it's just that the she suspects that maybe the Knights of the Pale know about the druid, but the druid probably doesn't know, but she just wants to, I guess, kind of get a sense.
There's a little spark in his eye, and I remember Torella Spock. I don't remember her having any siblings. Sister. No, a little lady, not more than 5, 6. And he kind of like puts a hand almost like down to the ground. You can tell he's like already kind of hunched over because of how much like not just like his from his back being arched, but like the way he reaches out his arm and kind of puts it like past his knee. He either has incredibly long arms or he's hunched over like a foot or two already because he's kind of like almost reaching down towards his calf as he kind of like tries to like guess how tall like a 5-year-old would be. And you can kind of have a moment of recognizing like Sister Torella was probably 40s, really good looking 50s, really excellent looking 60s, but she was definitely not like a young woman anymore. She was certainly a established higher order in the Sisters of Silence, and you can basically recognize this person probably hasn't seen her for like a third, if not a half a century.
Gotcha. So Karina will be a little bit diplomatic, and she's uh, grown a bit since she last saw her sister in the um, I suppose I should have specified sister in the religious sense. She spoke very highly of you.
When you kind of bring up religion, he's like, yes, few people remember the old gods, but Thamus protects this island, and I am but a caretaker for Thamus and his power that resides in this place still. And you come across another of these statues, and he kind of like cleans it off. And he just kind of like continues to wander. He's not like crazy. He's not absolutely mindless, but you can definitely tell there's a certain sense of his mind is something that is wearing on him because this is clearly an ancient person. I feel like Gale might be the most likely to recognize that this might be a druid who could indeed live forever as long as his mind is still with him. But you guys can kind of like come across these kind of like almost dementia style of conversations with him as he kind of like continues to walk around this island. Um, at some point, though, you guys are going to continue like walking with him and meet like a random animal that is going to cross your path. Like one of the first ones will be like a snake that is like coiled around Thamus as he cleans one of these stones, and you'll see as like the snake kind of like reveals, and it might startle some of you. The druid doesn't react in the least bit, and you'll just see as like he like is describing Thamus, and you just hear him like, Thamus is one of the old deities, often forgotten by those of this. Oh, hello, friend. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Erasmus. How are you today? And he like kind of like speaks towards this statue, towards this snake, and you guys will hear him. Savvy. It's been slow hunting, but I was fortunate to get a heron not an hour ago. And you see as the snake kind of says like that it got a herring, like it kind of like shows like this bulge in its belly, as the snake kind of like bulges out almost twice as wide as it is like in any other point, and it's basically showing off that it's got like a full belly. Druid kind of like chuckles a little bit, and they kind of have like a cordial conversation. This is where the druid is most kind of established and shows like the most sort of recognition of like a passage of time and like a continuity in this conversation. He doesn't like lose track of it. Um, but like this is where let me get an intuition from everyone, or an insight rather.
11
Those were
for Karina. Yeah.
Yeah, I got
those were
12 for Jinx.
12. And Gail,
That's a flat 8.
gotcha. So maybe the slightest bit of recognition. I'm not sure anybody is. It's like absolutely clear to. But you can basically tell like there's his clearest sense of things is with conversation with these animals. He has some sort of a connection with this snake. And as you guys kind of continue to spend time with him, you'll see that he has animals on this island that he speaks to. You guys can hear them respond. Like, it's not like he's speaking to a snake and there's nothing responding. But you guys can kind of recognize, like, there's some sort of connection. The animals certainly have something that's special about them. You don't necessarily know specifically what it is. I don't think anybody rolled high enough to necessarily recognize that he's basically like awakened these animals into a sentient state, and it's sort of like a part of him sort of lives inside of these animals. But you guys kind of have the hints of that. But yeah, he kind of just continues on. Do you guys have any thoughts? Do you continue kind of to like spend time here? Are you guys quick to sort of like you notice you've spent an hour and it's getting on, say like 2 or 3 o'clock? You could probably hear the bells of Saint Val's. I feel like there's a Saint Val is the main church that you would hear the bells like intone like 3 times. It's not close to darkness, but it's say 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think maybe hearing like one of the hourly bells or Karina, because I don't know how much other like green spaces within Tolis, but she's probably more used to. Um, so she might have kind of been like lost and kind of looking around and things, but hearing the bells and um, she would kind of like nudge the others and this is nice and all, but maybe we should go ahead and get back to the chapel.
Tolas has very few green spaces. The green spaces that there are very much like elvish, like uh elvish strongholds, maybe elvish ghettos, where you have like solid walled off sections of the city, and it is like an elvish section. And you'll basically see like the Emerald Hill, the Main, the Narid. All of those are different areas that are like walled off and specifically elvish. It's part of what makes Old Town, or not even Old Town, part of what makes the Noble Quarters special is that it has a bunch of green spaces. Most of the green spaces are like locked off from the public to say you're not allowed here.
Gotcha. Yeah. So there's probably even some animals on this island that Karina has just never actually seen before in her life because she spent her entire life within the city walls.
Roll a perception.
26.
Yeah, you would see, like, not only from, like, this massive snake, this, like, massive constrictor snake, there's a huge lion that at one point he converses with, and this is like a mountain lion, effectively like a panther. He has, like, birds that come to him, including, like, falcons and, different, like, birds of prey, like an owl. Lot of different, like, things end up coming to him in just like an hour of spending time with him. And that's kind of where, maybe then that's where you hear like the actual like third bell in tone. And I would say on some level, you might even wonder if there's something magical about this place that you hear the bell because you swear you haven't even heard an hour has passed by that it's noon. If you guys walk through the gate around 10, you might have easily been talking to the guard when it intoned 11, but you definitely didn't hear noon. And then to say that you've missed one and two, absolutely absurd that you're now hearing 3 o'clock. And that's where Karina would have that first sense of kind of like, feel like we've been talking to this druid for 15 minutes, but the time has passed as if 4 hours have gone by. I'm not sure if it's the druid. I'm not sure if it's the necropolis, but you were warned that weird stuff happens inside of the necropolis. And this is probably Karina's first moment of recognizing, like, if it feels like an hour's gone by and it's really 5, if we leave now, are we going to make it out before sunset? Ah, didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, so I think Karina will. Again, she's pretty awed by, and she might not even have names for some of these like animals because she. I imagine in Tolis, most like at least middle class people, they have some sort of like formal education, but she's basically spent her entire life on the streets, and she's not very. She has some street smart. She's not very book smart, so she might not even know what a lion like is called. She'd be way too self conscious to actually ask, but she'd be clear like seeing some of these animals, kind of like she wouldn't be able to hide the awe on her face. But I think once she heard the bells, it would kind of snap her out of it a little bit, and yeah, she would be kind of nudging the others like we should spend too much time here already. We should go.
So, like, when you see the mountain lion, he would call it like Elsier. And as far as Karina is concerned, she wouldn't necessarily know that he's speaking its name. But even if you did ask, like, he wouldn't call it a mountain lion because to him it is, its own particular personage.
Right. Yeah. So she's not going to ask because she might be like trying to remember the names he calls him with the thought that, he's, maybe that's a description of it. Like, oh, that's an Elsier. And then if someone says like, if someone later was like, you know, so when she sees a lion, she'll call it like an Elsier, unless somebody tells her different.
So, do you all continue to kind of walk around with the druid? You head out to try to make it for the gates.
I mean, we can always come back. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Been here quite a while already, so and he's not going to remember us either way. No offense, obviously, but I think we should get out of here.
Yeah, we should try to get out of there before it gets dark.
So you guys can head out and try to make your way for the same gates that you entered through to basically head out directly west.
It's probably the closest to the island, so it makes the most sense to shoot for that one, I think, right?
Let me get another D10 from everybody.
That's a
Ooh.
1.
Oh,
I got
two
two.
one.
Oh, you both got ones?
Yeah.
Mine was 7. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah. So let's take a quick 5-minute break here, and I'm gonna set up this random encounter.
All right. Sounds good. I'm back.
Excellent.
Hello, I'm back.
Excellent. Like I've been using two different tokens for Karina. One is actually named Karina, though, so I'm going for that.
Yep, sounds good. I mean, I could make a new one if you wanted, but I figure since we already have one, then might as well just keep using that.
Yeah, I mean, in the long run, it's up to you. As long as you want to stick with it, that's fine. If you wanted to create one, it's next to no bother in the least bit. So,
I'm back whenever.
so with all three of you returned, can I have each of you roll a perception check?
That is an 8 for Gale.
1 for the perception, but I think it would be a total of 4 with my modifier.
And a 9 for Karina.
Gotcha. So you all aren't going to really have any like response to like prevent this. You're kind of like walking along on your way out when there's one of these large funeral processions kind of going on in front of you, and you guys can hear like the weeping and wailing, and nobody really kind of picks up on it, but you start to notice a little bit too late kind of situation. I think Karina had the largest there at 9, but it's basically just like starting to get like a weird feeling in your stomach, but basically like you're trying to ignore it because you've got your mission accomplished. You just need to get out of the gates and everything's fine. You're going to be able to resurrect Dalton. Of course your stomach's in a weird place. There's nothing to worry about this intuition that telling you something is wrong with this funeral procession. But you continue to walk forward, and what you weren't noticing, what you were trying to ignore, was basically these people seem to be like looking up to see how close are you now. And there's nothing to really see underneath these hoods as they're kind of like looking up and they're mourning and they're screaming and they're wailing. And you basically like are almost beside the group by the time you recognize it. Like there's a horrific smell to this whole group, and it's the smell of death. And you guys are basically walking into this mob of people by the time you're connecting the dots that like this isn't a group of people mourning. If anybody is screaming, wailing, and yelling, it's probably somebody getting murdered in the center of this group. You're probably walking into a group of the Forsaken. And basically, by the time you guys recognize what's happening, the earth beneath your feet is kind of like falling away, and everybody's like stumbling down, and it's just gonna go dark. And I need everybody to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
My bad. 14 for Jinx.
That's okay. That 8 was looking bad. Gail got a nat 18 and Karina was over 15. I think as far as things go, all of you are good there.
Yeah, Karina's a 21 with her mod, so
Can I get you to roll Bob and Neferndel?
Yeah, that's a 6.
Neffy rolled natural 18.
Gotcha. So let me have Bob roll con save. I think you basically need to roll with his, say, like over a 5. Yeah. So you guys all end up like sliding down. The main characters, including Neferndel, all of you kind of like slide down into this like sinkhole, and you're almost kind of like surfing down on the dirt as the ground kind of falls out from beneath your feet, and you're all kind of like falling into this. You see as Bob loses her footing and does get kind of thrashed around, but by the time everything kind of calms, you see Bob is like still effectively on her feet, but she's just like on all fours. More or less, her like carapace has kept her perfectly fine. Scratches, sure, but nothing in the long run to worry about. What you do quickly notice is you are in darkness. You didn't necessarily have a reason for Gale or Jinx to have any sort of light sources. I don't assume it takes you long to recognize we're back underneath the ground. It's time to create a little bit of light. And as you kind of start to cascade light out around you, I want you guys to roll initiative.
be a 15 for Karina.
14 for Gale.
Jinx is on 8.
My bad. I'll just be one more moment. All right. So I think the way we rolled, you guys have 15, 14, and 8. I think that puts you pretty solidly in the center of what I rolled because I've got an 18, 17, a 2, and a 1. So I think that just kind of confirms, like, I really like the idea of just making you guys roll once and you just go as a group. Because so often it's just how things play out, anyways.
Yeah, I think statistically, for us at least, it's worked out to like 90% of the time. It literally changes nothing.
So you guys are kind of like inside of this group of people as you start falling, and you're just kind of noticing as you like come to and you shed light on this room, that they have all sort of like recovered themselves just a little bit faster than you, but effectively you're kind of inside of this room. Uh, Seems to be like a stonework mausoleum. They seem to all be kind of like crowded about, still very much like kind of shrouded in shadow. They're shrouded beneath their cloaks, but you do start to notice that these are indeed normal humans. They reek of death. Most of you should know about the Forsaken, if at very least just in those few moments of the conversation with the Knights of the Pale and with Talara's eunuch, kind of saying, like, you have to be worried about the Forsaken when you go inside of the necropolis. And this is sort of just kind of a moment of sort of recognition as the Forsaken. Oh, they're not actually the first to react here, but they are the first ones that you kind of see. They're basically just this horde of people just kind of standing in front of you. They're a single token because it is basically a swarm of commoners that are in front of you. So it is purely just one of those things where you just have to deal damage to it and you'll kill them off until eventually they're at half power. Their stats reduce. Eventually you kill them and like the commoners break, but they're effectively one token as far as things go, like on that route. But you are going to have like the pitter patter of bare feet, the scratches of kind of like chalk against stone. And it's going to be kind of a weird moment of why would somebody be drawing with chalk at this moment, until you kind of recognize it's dry bone, like scratching against stone. And then you see these figures that are massive bits of flesh like rotting that are still on the bone, uh gooey sort of rotting, like almost like liquefying fat on some parts of them. You guys are probably familiar enough with ghouls to recognize they're a weird creature that's in between living undead, rather, and like dead, like skeletons. They're not zombies, they're not skeletons. It's something in between. And they are very much kind of a diseased, like flesh craver. And these are the things that are basically going to charge up into you guys first. Um, there's no reason for me to have you guys placed exactly how you are, but that's just kind of how I place things. Is there any reason that you want to change that real quick? Is there anything that you could see as you guys like kind of fall down like the earth, that you might gather yourselves in a different way when like Bob's the one who tumbles the worst? Everybody else kind of gathers themselves more or less.
That looks good to me. And I just have one question. So did I cast light already before the combat actually started, or is that my action in the first round?
Basically, I'm having this is the moment you cast light before you realize you're in combat. You're basically casting light as these guys happen. I am not going to make you cast that entering the combat. And the same idea for like Gale. I think Gale has a light spell, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so like kind of the two of you are recognizing like, oh shit, we went from normal sunlight up above the earth to all of a sudden we're in darkness. The two of you are like creating light in that same moment of realizing you're being swarmed by the dead.
And we like basically have just like fallen through like what we thought was secure footing, like down into like a underground passageway, like cave type deal.
Yeah, like as you're kind of like coming to, you're recognizing you're in some sort of mausoleum.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, I don't have any D6 in my D&D set right now. I wonder why that is. All right, so none of these ghouls are capable of actually getting to you guys. They are all rushing to you. All of them are in that same state of like flesh is just kind of like melting off of them as it's like rotting. They are all just dripping this like black ichor from their mouths, and all of them are making this same like horrific I can't even do it, but like teeth are just constantly chattering as they are constantly biting. So this whole place kind of echoes with like their teeth constantly snapping shut and just open and snapping, open and snapping. And then you hear like the sound of their feet against the floor is that like dry kind of bone against slate, like it's making that sound of like chalk being written on a chalkboard. They're going to rush into you guys and just kind of pile in there. The actual commoner somehow got locked. Um, of course. Yeah, they're just gonna go towards Bob there. They are going to I'm gonna do it anyways. They're actually going to rush over all of you. Let me have everybody make a strength saving throw, please.
So mine is 13.
Yeah, mine
10
is.
for Karina.
Sorry. A 1 for Gale.
And then a 1 for Neffy.
Yeah, I think that's a 9 for Bob. She was it as well.
The fuck, I can't put the sheet on that window? All right, my bad. I feel like Gail was under 13, Neffy was under 13, and Bob was under 13.
Karina as well, under 13.
Okay, so really just Jinx was over 13, or 13 or over.
I am the only strong one in the entire group. That is correct.
Absolute insanity. I rolled super high for all of the ghouls who get trampled as well. But everybody who rolled like 12 or below, which I believe is everybody who Jinx, is going to, this is going to be rough, take 4d10 damage and fall prone. Luckily, I believe I rolled really low with 14 damage.
Do I take half that on a success?
Nope, nope. This is just like the straight roll. You either take it or you don't. It's kind of like a crush almost.
And then how many wounds does that do to the NPC? Or I mean the
Oh my bad.
buddies.
For the NPCs, roll a con save, and you basically need to beat that 14, but it's for 4 wounds.
God damn. Yeah. No, I got a. Is that
Yeah, so
11?
Neff and Bob should lose 4 wounds. I believe each of them would have 2 left.
Thank you, noted.
Oh, wait. Uh, that counts as one attack, right?
Yeah. It's kind of 3 attacks because it uses up all 3 of their actions. But what is it? He
Okay.
gets to ignore 1 attack?
Yeah, so could I make it so I say 1 hit die maybe then?
Yeah, I would say he can ignore it. Definitely a weird loophole of 2 kind of custom things. I feel like it's just kind of a reminder that I need to work on that fighter and kind of even it out a little bit. Bob shouldn't be an unthrashable ally that you guys can bring in, which is definitely what Bob functions as.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that it's 3 times a day as well is kind of, yeah. 'Cause it's not.
So, what if you just did it as one hit die that he ignores 3 times a day? That seems like pretty balanced.
I think that's actually more balanced, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a little bit closer, but I still think the fighters all around with Constitution as their proficiency are just about 10 times as strong as all of the other allies. That's the main thing that I think.
Yeah, Bob is definitely pretty great. That's a fact.
But yeah, at present, that's kind of what you guys have like a sense of in this room is there's this like horde of people as well as undead. Whether there are other things about or not is a different story. As a bit of meta knowledge, you guys definitely know that there are other things inside of this crypt than just what you've experienced. But it's on you guys. Most of you are prone. Obviously, that's half your movement, but it is probably a wise thing to stand up. What would you like to do?
Yes, it's Karina. Go ahead.
No, no, you can go ahead, man.
Yeah, so Karina is going to stand up, kind of cursing a bit, going to draw out her rapier and stab at this ghoulish creature right between her and Gale. Going to go ahead and use her inspiration to give her advantage on the attack. Yeah, should definitely hit with a 20
Yep, solid hit.
for 20 damage with the sneak.
Yeah, you just like pierce through the back of its spine as it's like looking to bite down into Gale, and it just goes limp on your rapier, and you can just slide it right off the blade like butter.
All right, and she's going to give a shout like protect the flower, and she's going to move down here to essentially chasing after the crowd as it's finished trampling over them. And that will be it for her.
How would it work if I did like a Bane, where I can like target multiple creatures, um, and the like big group?
Technically, the group is a single creature. Swarms just operate a little bit differently. You can't target a single individual inside of that group. So you can Bane, I would say, like level 1 Bane, I think you could hit both of the ghouls and the swarm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, Jinx is going to curse and like do his little thing and cast some Bane action on is there just 3 total then? So it's just level 1 Bane?
At present, yep.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And then what I got light, and then for my bonus action, I will do I'll do an inspiration actually for I'll give it to Gale, Bardic Inspiration. In case those things come back around, be quick on your feet, bud. And that's your Bardic Inspiration.
As for Gale, he's gonna stand up and he's gonna shocking grasp the one to his right.
Solid hit.
For 13 lightning damage. Then he is gonna chance opportunity attack from the one to his north and move a bit.
Yeah, that one will swing at you. Not even swing, I said that wrong. It'll bite at you. And you just kind of like feel like the slightest like hair on your arm, maybe like a little bit of like your wizard robes kind of like get caught up in its teeth, and like the wizard robe inside of the teeth pinches one of your hairs, and you just feel like a single hair kind of like plucked out as this creature like bites down and is effectively nowhere near hitting you. Anything else from the mains? Otherwise, we'll go to the 2 sidekicks there.
Nothing else for me.
So I think I'll have to be at disadvantage to make an attack with Neffy.
Yeah, so you don't like leave the swarm.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a ton of sense. So I
Who
think
was she attacking though?
oh, sorry, like the big swarm in front of her. So I
Gotcha.
think that would be like maybe like a 13 to hit.
Solid hit. They're commoners. They do not have armor. They're super easy to hit.
Okay, sick. 10 damage, and you have to do a save to see if you're poisoned.
What is? I feel like we've agreed their DC is 15. And what is it? Is it Constitution? That is going to be a fail.
Yeah, so you're just poisoned then. Yeah, like the condition.
Gotcha. So you can see as you like smash one of these vials into the face of one of these people, and as that person is like starting to like retch and vomit, the whole like swarm of them, the frenzy of all of these people, that person quickly kind of gets lost in the crowd. You can basically sense like you can't really poison the crowd because there's so many of them. It's just too much to actually function. These people aren't necessarily operating of their own free will, uh, in the same way as they're functionally controlling each other. But effectively, it is immune to poison, or rather, to the poisoned condition. They do take the 10 damage though, mechanically. What would you like to
Bob,
do with Tom? Damn it,
Bob will
Bob.
try to dispatch the one to her left. See.
My bad. Was that a 10 rolled? It's a hit.
Oh, that was a 18 roll from
Yeah, still a solid hit.
for 9 damage. Oh no, wait, that's a 9, so that's 12 damage.
Yeah, Bob rocks out one of the great swords, just like decapitates this thing, and the head is still like chomping at the teeth as the head, like there's the skull, like rolls down the floor, and it's just still trying to bite into something while it's completely decapitated.
Yeah, let's see. They had 2 attacks, right? Or is it like 2 attacks in 1 action?
He has extra attack.
Yeah, then she will go for the one we haven't hit yet. Let's see. That is
Solid hit.
okay.
I don't think anything you've seen is anything but basically naked humans.
Yeah, that's a total of 13 damage.
Gotcha. You like decapitate the one and then just like slide your sword into the other one, just like butter. And all you're recognizing is like having a sword run right through it. This creature doesn't change what it's thinking at all. It's just staring down Bob and it just wants to bite into her flesh. Alrighty. So I think Bob and Jinx are gonna feel like this horrific like sense of dread, uh as you kind of just feel like these waves of like not necessarily like it just almost like guilt, dread, sort of darkness kind of sink over you, but you kind of just feel this like horrific thing sort of just kind of weighing down on your shoulders. And yeah, I think you're just gonna kind of like hear a little bit of like kind of like crumbling from the east, and just like these slow footsteps as 1, 2, 5, 6. The feeling of dread kind of sets in as, like, right into sort of the light. Something is walking into the light, but it's darkness. Jinx, will you make a Constitution saving throw, please?
So Jinx is gonna mumble, "That's my secret. I always feel dread," and I'm gonna use my inspiration for advantage if I can.
Oh, 100%. You can, like, feel the, like, eyes of this dreadful darkness kind of staring into you, and you staunch yourself. You are going to take half of 4d10 necrotic. You will take 10 necrotic damage as whatever is walking up behind you just stares this deep sense of death into you. Then it's going to go to you hear from the other side of the room a kind of similar sense of like crumbling stone and like rocks against the ground as it seems like another part of this mausoleum is sort of disturbed, and in a pretty similar way, like slower footsteps, but these are going to build into like almost like each step gets quicker to the last than the one before it. Wants Jinx, but yeah, I think it is going to run up and past Karina. No, wait, that's Gale. Run up and past Gale. Does Gale have anything to do an attack of opportunity?
Yes, because I have the War Mage feat, so I'm gonna use Shocking Grasp on him as he runs by.
Excellent. Roll that.
Oh, that's a big roll of, yeah, what is it, 11?
11 is going to miss. You just kind of reach out, and this thing has a horrific kind of stench to it. And it's just kind of in this moment, there's like a naked figure kind of running past you, rotting flesh, very similar to these other creatures, where there's almost like rendering fat just kind of dripping the like liquidy flesh from this bone structure, but the stench of this one just is daunting. And as you reach out, as simple as it should be, this thing is dexterous, it moves quickly, but you feel like you have it. And there's just that last moment where it's getting closer and your eyes are starting to burn, and you're just like reaching out like it has to run into your hand, and it just goes right past you. You never feel any contact with this thing, just enough to miss it. Um, it's not actually going to get to Jinx to attack, but it is barreling down at Jinx as it rushes towards him. And I believe that's going to take us to the remaining ghoul that's impaled on Bob's sword. And it is going to try to claw at Bob. Yeah, they do claw first. They bite second. Fucking deuces. Trying to slash into Bob. It's just kind of like trying to force its way like far enough down the sword to be able to reach to him, but the great sword is long enough that it can't like impale itself close enough to get its claws to Bob's flesh, and she remains unharmed. Uh, this is where the swarm is going to. Oh, I didn't realize that was a possibility. Um, let's see. Deuces. Karina, can you make a your choice strength or charisma saving throw? As the swarm basically like starts to like flow over and surround you, you just kind of feel they're not like trying to stab into you. They're grabbing your flesh and they're just trying to tear your flesh from you. And you just hear this cacophony of voices just like worship the decay, the flesh of the dead. All of us can become what is greatest of all. Die with us. And they're just trying to tear your flesh from your skin.
All right. It's same modifier, so I'm going to go with a charisma saving throw. I think for this one.
Yeah, I feel like the idea with that one is you're almost like trying to convince them that you're like already undead or something. I think that's
Yeah.
kind
Well.
of an interesting throw in there that they're like, it's either strength or charisma. But you're trying to convince them, don't tear me to shreds. I'm not the droid you're looking for.
Yeah. Playing along with the. Yeah.
Like Shaun of the Dead when he just starts groaning when all the zombies come by.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, so Karina is able to kind of fake her way out of this as they like reach over to tear you apart. You kind of like snake your way out. What do you think you're kind of doing? Like basically like almost throw somebody else in front of the hands. They're gonna like tear somebody in the mob apart, but like somebody's getting shredded. It's just not Karina.
Yeah, I think she'll basically try to almost like mimic kind of the the faces and maybe even like pretend as if she's chanting along, and then yeah, just essentially like kind of reach for somebody and almost like drag them in front of her as a human shield, and then you know that person can take the brunt of the and then she kind of slips away as they start tearing into that one.
Yeah, just picking up on basically most of these people are like reaching past other bodies to try to lay a hand on you. So all it takes is just get somebody else in front of you for the brunt of this. You might feel like pinches, you might feel some like cuts from people's nails like digging into you. But the important thing is once somebody gets opened up and starts being torn apart, the person screaming is not Karina as you basically kind of like wither your way, wiggle your way out of the mob, and they're going to tear somebody to pieces. And this room is just going to reek of fresh iron as blood is just spouting all over the place. That will take us back to you all.
Yes, I think Karina, even as she's kind of like shielding herself and going to wiggle her way out, is going to take the opportunity of the distraction to try to stab into a few of them as they're bunched around the uh, the unfortunate in their midst. So she's going to stab out again with her
Oh, wait, give me
rapier.
1 second here before you
Oh, sure.
actually roll that. My bad. I think everybody. I need Neferndel, Jinx, and Bob to do a con save. And then I think everybody.
So I got a 22 for this con save, and then I took 10 damage earlier, and I just rolled that, and I got a 12. So is that okay? 12, as long as I roll
Oh,
over 10?
for your concentration, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's perfectly fine. And then the second con save is going to be for Bob and Jinx alone. The first one is the stench of being within 5 feet of the ghast, which is like the other ghoul-like creature. It's just extremely hard to be next to that one.
So I
The
got 11 on the second con save, 22 and 11.
So Bob got a 16 on the first and a 23 on the second.
my bad. I did that wrong. This is why I was thinking everybody. The two of you who I told make con saves are going to take 5 necrotic damage. You are too close to that dark creature that just causes senses of death. And this is where you're going to kind of recognize it's not just a feeling of death. There are waves of death coming from that creature. Being close to it is dangerous. So as far as Bob goes, what was your con save from him?
Oh, the first one was a 16.
Okay. The second one though, the first one was for the ghoul or the ghast.
Okay, the second one was a 23.
Gotcha. So that's good. Because he's effectively a not one against 5 damage. But Jinx will take that 5 damage. Everybody has to now make a choice. This is why I meant to stop Karina. Everybody now has to make a choice. If you can see that creature of darkness, which is everybody in this room, if you can see that creature, you have to make a decision to effectively make a constitution saving throw or avert your eyes because seeing it is extremely dangerous. So that's part of
Gotcha.
where everybody at this point needs to make that decision. Maybe for your sidekicks, you guys can wait till it's actually like on their go. But at least for your main characters right now, you have to make that decision whether you are basically going to be blind this turn or make that constitution saving throw against this creature that is extremely dangerous to look at.
Karina is going to avert her eyes.
Gotcha. So Karina's attacks will be at disadvantage during this turn.
Yeah.
So that'll prevent you from sneak attack.
Yeah.
Gale, are you going to avert your eyes?
Gale is gonna take the Constitution saving throw, and I'm gonna use my advantage on that by inspiration.
Gotcha. And then Jinx, averting your eyes?
Let me ask you this: how does that affect stuff that's where I just make you take like a check? Like it doesn't mess with it?
Oh, it's definitely, if you've got stuff that forces saves, that's really easy to say, yeah, I'm going to avert my eyes because I don't need to roll to hit. I'm making you save.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna avert my eyes.
Yeah, Gale got a 12 with the advantage.
Gotcha. You are going to take, god damn, that's low. 8 psychic damage as you basically see, like, underneath the hood of this creature, you just see this, like, massive open mouth of darkness, and you can just see, like, the swirl of, like, Dalton falling, like, slain as this, like, sword stabbed down into his chest, and as those demonic spirits, like, tear against his flesh, and you just hear his screams and his cries as Dalton is just yelling out for you to save him. And there's nothing that you can do. and you just hear this, and it's as if there's an hour passing by in a second of just listening to Dalton scream in pain, just pleading for Gale, save me, Gale, and you just watch him die over and over again. And you snap out of it, and it was just kind of like looking at this creature for a moment. But yeah, 8 damage. That's psychic. I don't think the psychic matters. And then my bad again. We can return to Karina. Averting your eyes. I don't think that necessarily gives you a whole lot of other choices than what you were already planning. But if it does change things, let me know. But otherwise, I think attacking the mob.
Yeah, she's going to drawing out her dagger in her second hand, but yeah, kind of averting her eyes, maybe hearing Gale's cry of pain, and as he looks at the thing, she kind of like averts her eyes and stabs out blindly at the crowd. So not a crit, but I
That
think that should hit
sucks.
with a
The 5, I
14.
think,
It'll
still
hit.
hits. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for going to be for
You've
7
you've got a +9 to hit.
with the rapier because it's magical. Yeah,
Yeah, you hit the crowd on a 1, except for the fact that ones miss. How much damage did you just do there?
it'll be 7. Or no, sorry, 8 total. On its piercing, I think swarms typically have uh, resistance to that.
Not on this one. It's still human, so they've got a lot of like condition immunities, not actual like damage.
Gotcha. Okay. And I think she's just she's a little peeved about them trying to rip her in two, so she is going to uh, stab out as well with her dagger, try to take another one of the crowd down with her bonus action. And that'll hit for no modifiers, so just 2 damage. And then she is going to move. And that will be it for her.
Excellent. Gale or Jinx?
Jinx is going to look over at Neffy and say, Neffy, it's going to look a lot like we're running away, but that's not what's happening right now, I promise you. And then Jinx is going to run away. So potentially, if you want to do an op attack against me.
You wear leather armor?
Well, I have that magic studded leather now. Yep.
Gotcha. It was more whether you look flammable or not. Um, yeah, I think just kind of as you're like getting away, you're like saying, "Hey, Neffy, like this isn't actually us running. It might look like that, but I'm not running." You're just gonna kind of hear like the whiz of a rock.
I'm on 16.
I think that's your AC. Yeah, 16 to hit. So it will do. Let's see. Oh, the rock was like the worst attack. I feel like the rock is a cool attack though. Uh, was that like 7 damage? Yeah, 7 damage. As you're just like saying this, and you just feel like a little like say like 6 ray down, like about a half pound. What is that? Like a quarter of a. God, I can't even think what a kilogram. Yeah, like a half-kilogram rock hits you in the back of the head.
God damn it, nephew, was that you? And then I'm gonna reach down and I will grab my boomerang and I'm gonna lift it up in the air and I'm gonna call down some thunder. So if I shoot my lightning bolt where I'm at right now, could I potentially get all three of them? I want to aim it at the big bad guy that I'm not looking at.
I think you've got all 3, including Bob is gonna be the 4th, but I think Bob, in the long run, sort of understands that sometimes, you definitely do burn Bob.
Bob, I promise you what's about to happen is for the better, but don't look behind you right now. And I'm gonna shoot a lightning bolt. So it's dexterity 15.
So, Ghoul, Ghast, Darkness. Well, that's horrible when all 3 of them add up to 19. But the one that is the most badass might have rolled high enough. You said it's dexterity 16,
15, dexterity 15.
15. Gotcha. So yeah, you see as the big thing dodges out of the way. Chris, can you roll? Oh wait, is Chris in the game right now? Okay, I saw Gail was gone for a second there. I feel like that is not high enough for him to dodge, so it becomes a con save against the total damage. Yeah, I think it's gonna drop. I think this is where he kind of fails because a little bit of magic damage is definitely the way around it. Um, I think that's just going to drop Bob unconscious. Uh, the ghoul is pretty much dead regardless of whether it saved, but it failed. And then 34.
Is it possible for me to do a oh wait, bardic inspiration I have to do ahead of time? I can't do the reaction one and give him uh bonus.
Um,
It would be my bonus
you could
action.
do a bardic inspiration ahead of time,
Could I
knowing
use
that
the
you're about to lightning bolt Bob.
yeah, yeah. So could I theme it as what I just said to Bob as me actually giving him the bardic inspiration right before I shoot the lightning bolt?
Yeah. So what did you roll, Chris? I think you rolled a 9 for his dodge.
Yep.
Okay, so it's plus 1d8 to that. So roll big.
That's a 7.
I think that's one above what he needed, right? Your DC is 15.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, now I don't feel bad.
So, did he take damage before? I'm starting to wonder if it actually mattered. Because didn't we say that Nephrindel and him took some damage before, and they were down hit points?
Yeah, but
Nephew took
Bob.
4.
Yeah, Bob used her reaction for the.
Okay, okay, you ignored it. I got you. Yeah, so Bob's going to lose 4 on that one. So I think Bob's at 2 now.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, you'll see as like the one creature between Bob and Jinx just gets fried in the lightning. You just cook all of the flesh off of the bones. It's like some really good barbecue. The flesh just falls right off the bones. The other creature with the stench is still a little bit too close. It's still a little bit too alive, and it smells like death. The creature that is actually giving off an aura of death more or less dodges things. but it is effectively still alive enough that it's still doing its thing. But definitely a very solid lightning bolt. I think you just did whatever that is, like 68, 78, 85 damage. Never a bad day when you can deal 85 damage in a single action.
Now, does
Ooh,
that
plus
include what I did to Bob?
no, that's what I was gonna say. Plus, you also did that damage to Bob, so technically, you kind of did like 112 damage, I think.
So I just hit him with the balloon, the hundo, the hundy.
Does that? Did we already do Gale, or is it now on Gale?
It's
See
now on
which.
Gale. Gale is gonna cast Phantasmal Killer on the thing with the weird aura who almost killed him by looking at him.
Oh, you have no idea. You should have failed to save by more.
Okay, that sounds even better then. Yeah, it's a Wisdom 16 DC.
Using advantage was a wise move on that one. Wisdom 16. Don't. You know what? I wrote that I have an inspiration here. I should have given it to him as advantage, but I am going to give him an extra d6 on that. So he's got 8, 11, still not enough. How much? What does a phantasmal killer do?
It does 4d10 psychic damage. Let's see. 19 psychic damage and let's see what is it?
Oh my
It
gosh. I'm sorry to describe it like this, but Jinx definitely notices the lightning has no effect on that feature.
oh damn.
I
Let's see.
averted my eyes, so I don't even notice. To
Right.
me, I've
Gale would
almost failed it.
notice.
I wasn't even
Gale
looking.
would notice that the lightning damage into that creature does nothing to it. Psychic is definitely fully effective, but it is actually immune to lightning.
So maybe Gale lets me know that like the lightning bolt was a good show, but didn't hurt it.
That would be amazing if Gale could like touch other people as they're casting spells and like turn them into other things. My bad. What does Phantasmal Killer do?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it can be frightened, but i if it can be, it's frightened. And at the end of its turn, it has to make another Wisdom saving throw for another 4d10 damage.
And how much damage did you do with that 4d10? 19?
Yeah, that's the 19.
I hate to say, but I think that it gets the second saving throw before it takes damage.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Damn, it's at the end of its turn before it, so it's frightened first. I read that wrong.
Yeah, and then if it fails its saving throw at the end of its next turn, that's when it takes the 4d10.
Does it have
Okay,
to be frightened in the first place?
don't think so. It's just like it becomes frightened for the duration, and then like
Well, by that I mean it is immune to the frightened condition.
yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure how it if it act.
Let me actually bring it up real quick and I'll take a
Yeah.
look.
It doesn't explicitly say that it has no effect against creatures immune to being frightened. I feel like some
Gotcha.
spells actually spell that out.
This is Phantasmal Killer.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like it damaged them by their deepest fears as well. So, eh,
Yeah, I mean it makes sense like thematically, like if it can't be frightened, then it can't take the psychic damage. But I know like some spells, like I think
I feel like the on a successful save, the spell ends is
yeah,
to that end that it needs to be frightened because it is considered frightened until the duration and then it fails it takes the psychic damage because I think we can all agree it is the deepest fears that are causing this and basically this is one of those things where I often prefer for the first time you cast a spell for it to fail because it gives you a chance to learn as a character This creature in particular that you are encountering, this thing is like a manifestation of death. There are no fears to this creature. It is not conscious in the way that you guys have encountered things before. This is a whole new kind of undead that you are encountering. I don't believe I've ever thrown this creature at any of you. If I've thrown it at anybody, I think maybe Justin Jinx has encountered it. But this is definitely a different kind of creature.
Yeah, I almost think of it as if the creature's immune to being frightened, it automatically succeeds on its saving throw, and that would cause the spell to end
Yeah, that's what
before
I
the
kind of
damage.
feel like.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Um, but theoretically, let's kind of move on from that. I'm gonna take a look real quick and see if I can get some stuff on the internet. But we still have sidekicks. What would they like to do?
Bob will use her. Oh, what's it called? Her frenzy to attack the smelly thing. Fire.
Gotcha. You can attack the smelly thing as much as you'd like. It is effectively mortally wounded at this point, so you might consider that. Bob will have to decide whether they are averting their eyes, and Bob also will have to make some Constitution saves as well as Neferndel. So I think first, each of them has to make a con save for the stink from the gas.
14?
Both of those are good, so no effect from the actual smell.
Oh no, wait. That would be a 13. I thought wrong.
It's still good. And then both of you have to decide whether you are averting your eyes from the creature of death.
Oh yeah, Neffy's gonna avert her eyes, and then she's gonna smash one of her poison potions on the like guy that we're like tag teaming right now in the middle.
Yeah, Bob is gonna keep her eyes open and not avert them.
So her double disadvantage is gonna give her a 17.
There's no double disadvantage.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean though. Yeah.
And you rolled a 14 for Bob's con save, but that's
Yes,
like
but
rolled.
19.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
And if
So it's
that's
five. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, sorry, you can go ahead first.
So it's 5 poison damage and a con save of 15. To see if you're poisoned.
They're immune to the poisoned condition. So how much damage did you do with that, Neffy?
5 damage poison.
All right, so I think Bob needs to roll a not one versus the 5 damage that the Aura of Annihilation does, because he's within 30 feet of it. So he's good there. And then it's going to deal. I need. What's his Constitution modifier? He's got he's got a Con 16 save versus not averting his eyes. You didn't like outright fail like the save to take like the full damage. Oh wait, you'll take half, so it's an 8. So yeah, this is probably like a don't roll a 2 or lower kind of thing. I think he's probably about a +6 con. Yeah, so he's good on that one. It's a lot of con saves with those guys. So yeah, Bob can do everything normally at that point. You can do your frenzy. But again, like the Ghast is effectively mortally wounded at this point after the lightning.
Yeah, I think with that she probably save the frenzy then and just attack him normally.
Gotcha.
18 to hit
Solid hit there.
or 8 damage, I think. Wait. Yeah, 8 damage. And if it's still up, she's gonna hit again.
Gotcha. Yeah, that second attack's going to be enough to kill it.
Uh, and Neffy can do a bonus action, right? Um, I'm thinking she'll drink one of her elixirs as her bonus action if that works.
That's fine. Yeah.
So she's just gonna say, "Well, I don't mind if I do, since everybody else is gone," and she's gonna drink one. Choose an advanced experimental elixir. So she's gonna do the double effect on the regain 2d4 plus 3 hit points.
Yeah. So that'll just put her back up to full hit points. She'll gain 4 hit dice.
Okay, sick.
Yeah. I got to kind of lean into the immune to frightening. It's not going to take the psychic damage.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it fits. If it's immune to frighten, it's fantastically killer. Literally, as it feeds on your fear to damage you.
Uh, Ka- Damn. Why do I want to call her Katrina? Isn't it Karina? No, it is
I think
Katrina.
we've called her both kind of interchangeably. So
Right? It definitely feels like I keep saying the other one every other time. Yeah, Katrina, can I have you make a Constitution saving throw? You're going to, I think your eyes are still averted, but you're going to feel like on the side of your face as your skin just starts to like get hot and you can feel this thing like burrowing into your mind, and in the same way that Gail is kind of reliving this horrific experience, you're going to have those same kind of senses of it's just too new in everybody's zeitgeist at the moment. This death of Dalton like screaming at you, and you know you have like this flower on your person that is necessary to revive him, but all you hear is Dalton like screaming that all hope is lost, that he's stuck in this place and he can't get free, and it's just burrowing into you. I think you rolled, what was that, a 15?
16 for a con save total.
Excellent. So you do save against it. You are going to take half of 4d10. And again, this is just kind of like this creature like staring. Ooh, that was actually one that seems high. Still a little low. So you'll take 9 necrotic damage as your flesh just kind of like burns away from this point where the creature's like staring at the side of your silhouette. And you can just kind of feel like just being the focus of this thing's attention is absolutely horrific.
Gotcha. Yep.
I think I went out of order, but it doesn't really matter too much. I should note that the mob is not immune to this creature. So the mob's going to start by taking 5.
Yeah, and I was looking online on Phantasmal Killer, and I think there was like an errata issue that actually makes it like the frightened target makes the second saving throw to make it clear that if they can't be frightened, they don't take the damage.
All right, cool. I did see somebody talk about the errata. but that was like a little bit beyond what I was willing to look up. But I definitely appreciate you doing that.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, so the mob is just going to start to scream. Let me have everybody make just a flat intelligence check here. This is just to see if you can make out what they're yelling above this cacophony.
A dirty 20 for Gale.
11 for Karina.
And 17 for Jinx.
Yeah, I think all of you can kind of pick up at this point as they're kind of like yelling out. They're yelling out things like death's grasp, like death's hand, things like that, like the right hand of death. But you guys start to pick up like there is like a lower undertone kind of chant coming from the group, and they are yelling out Bodak. And you can just kind of hear like all of this cacophony of yells. Like that's the one thing that everybody seems to be saying, like all hail Bodak, all hail death. And they're just kind of yelling out. You're watching some of these people who like the flesh is like melting off of their skin as they get closer and closer to it and to you guys. Let's see if they get their charge back and if they get their like rend people apart back. They are going to kind of push forward. I think they're just going to kind of move right up behind Neff and Bob. They are going to attack Neferndel once and Bob twice here. And I think we're going to go um, two spiked clubs, like one at each of them. So first will be Neff, second will be Bob. Both of those should hit. Um, so spiked club is 9 damage. So I think Bob is like a not 3, like you need a 3 or better, or I think rather like a 4 or better. And I think Neferndel needs the 9. So Bob's good. Con save from Neff, please. She's gonna
It's gonna
take
be an
2.
8.
Oh, she does have con. My bad. Yeah, she'll still lose it though. So
Oh
she'll
wait,
take two
hers is
wounds from that.
it's +4. Does that make a difference?
No, it's still a fail. She needed a 9, but she was basically a 5 or better.
Okay,
Um,
so she takes 2 wounds right there, so she'll be back
yep,
down to 4.
yep, and then a torch attack on Bob as well because they want to see if the snake will burn. That should hit as well, and it's going to be on 11. That's going to pass. You do not catch fire. It's as if it's a structure. So apparently, I'm trying to see if Bob is a structure because I was reading that as if I had a chance to set you on fire. So yeah, they're gonna just kind of like swarming around the Bodak, swarming the two of them, trying to attack them, clubbing out at them. You're watching them like die in the process of this, and these people are relishing in like this chance to be so close to death. All of you are going to start your turn by taking 5 necrotic damage. So each of the sidekicks can start out with basically don't roll a 1.
Alright, and Jinx is bloodied now.
And then it's that same question of if you avert your eyes, you're good. You just have disadvantage this turn. If you don't avert your eyes, I need you to make a constitution check. And for now, we're just doing the mains. So, Katrina, are you averting your eyes?
I think this time, seeing that it kind of already had its gaze on her before, she's thinking, the longer we spend anytime near this creature, the worse it's going to be for everyone. So she is going to steal her resolve and face it.
Excellent. Gail, do you?
Ooh, that's going to be a 5.
Karina is going to drop to 0 hit points, and you are unconscious. Gail, are you averting your eyes?
Yeah, because Gale is just dropped down to mortally wounded. He is averting his eyes.
And Jinx, are you averting your eyes?
Yeah, I'm gonna avert my eyes.
Alrighty, what would you two like to do? Is it at the start of your turn? Yeah, I think start of your turn. I'm gonna say same. I don't know. Is it punishment to give Katrina a chance to stand up now to roll a death save? Is it good or bad? Is this still the start of your turn? If that happens at the start of your turn, that you have to like test for the death's gaze? What do you guys think there?
I think if she wants to act, she has to.
I feel like it's still the start of your turn, so it's kind of up to you. Um, but I feel like it's kind of an either or. It's not necessarily an easy choice.
Yeah, because so she's already, just to clarify, she's already taken the 5, right? Before this happened.
Yeah, that's at the start of your turn too. Wait a second. My bad. Technically, the 5 is at the end of your turn.
Okay, so she's going to take 2 death failures at the end of her turn.
Well, that one wouldn't be a crit. That one's just the aura. It's not like a roll to hit. Um, and I feel like even if you're unconscious, that one's not necessarily going to do it. I don't know. That's kind of a weird thing.
Well, don't overthink it because you know I'm about to heal him.
Yeah, I just feel like it's just kind of up to you. Like I feel like two things happening at the start of your turn. It's still kind of the start of your turn. Um, that I'm tempted to say roll a death saving throw, but I'm also like eternally optimistic for the 20 and you stand up on your own.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I need to shoot for that. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and roll it. Because otherwise, even if she gets healed, she could go down again. So at least this way, if she rolls a 20, she can stand up and potentially act this turn. Not a 20, but it is a success.
Yeah, so it still kind of requires the healing, but I feel like that's kind of like the moot point. Um, realistically, like you just don't want to see a one at that point. So I think that's all set. Gale and Jinx, you've got your eyes averted. You guys can act first here. If Jinx is going for a heal spell for Katrina, you can do that because Katrina can still act. You'll come up unconscious. You'll have to pick up your rapier, but that's about it. Like half movement, you can still get to it and attack normal.
Gotcha.
Yeah, right. So Jinx has got his eyes averted, and you'll see him start to like slowly do some air karate as if he's trying to like battle the creature in front of him, and then he's like drops down to one knee, jabs the staff into the ground, and I'm gonna do the mass cure wounds.
that targets up to 6 creatures, right? The whole group?
Yeah, up to 6 creatures, and it's for 3d8 plus my 4.
Gotcha. So Neff should go to full. Bob should be at 1.
And then every buddy will get 11 or 15 total.
think Gale will shoot Mel's acid arrow at the death thing. Let's see, that's disadvantage. That is,
Probably gonna miss.
yeah,
14?
I think it's a 13.
13? Yeah, it's just gonna miss.
Karina is going to. She comes to, uh, gets up, grabs her rapier. Dagger's still on the ground.
Oh, sorry. Just-
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I actually do damage on a miss as well, apparently. So it's just gonna do half damage though. It splashes it with acid for half the initial damage. Let's see, 44. So it'll do half of 11, and if it has any like resistances, half of that.
Excellent.
Yeah. Karina stands up, grabbing her rapier. She kind of shouts at this thing, "You will not claim us." She moves in and is going to attempt to stab the Bodak with her rapier. 16.
Will hit.
All right. For she would get sneak, right? Because she's looking at it, not disadvantage.
Yep, and you've got people like to the side of you, so yeah, you're solid on the sneak attack.
All right, so that's going to be a total of 22 damage.
But wait, that was 16 more, right? You already gave me the first number.
Oh no, so his sneak is or her sneak is 46. So the first number was the to hit.
Oh, I feel like I just took off 6 hit. I feel like I just took off hit points. Oh, maybe I took off hit points from Gale. Okay, yeah, you're solid. My bad. 16 was the hit, and then you just did 22 more. I
Yep. So
gotcha.
16 rolled plus the plus 6. Yep, from modifiers.
And you're dealing. What'd we end up doing for your weapon? Is your weapon magical?
Yeah. For now, I just have it as a +1 rapier. I know we had
Gotcha.
talked a little bit right before about something else, but or like a magic rapier that deals necrotic damage. But we didn't really get a chance to like finalize kind of what we were gonna give her. So
Anything for offhand weapon? Is that everything from the main characters?
Yeah, nothing from her offhand because I think she would have to. She doesn't have the feat that would let her draw a second weapon, and since she fell unconscious, she dropped both, so she was only able to pick up one as part of her free action attack.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Jinx is gonna throw in a bonus action whenever I could too.
Go for it.
Karina, I don't know if you noticed yet, but don't look at that thing, all right? And I'll give you the bardic inspiration.
I guess she. I know she only has 5 feet of regular movement left. Bonus action. Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense to disengage. Well, no, I guess you will disengage and be 5 feet back. The disengage is more for the crowd. Like her fancy footwork prevents the Bodak from opportunity attacking since she attacked it. But that will be her bonus action and all of her rest of her movement for Katrina.
Excellent. How about from Neferndel and Bob?
Bob,
Okay, wait, my bad. Let's start with, are you averting your eyes?
Yes, for Nappy.
Bob will still look at it.
Roll a con save.
Oof,
Bob
that's
goes unconscious.
five.
What is it actually though? It's a +6.
Yeah.
I think that is, yeah, it's more than 5. Bob goes unconscious. Bob is at 0 hit points. Um, yeah, I feel like Bob's close enough to Dalton, just like the others, that Bob's experience of this is just a horrific moment of like Dalton suffering and basically like finding yourself completely incapable of helping it. As far as everybody else sees you, well, I guess most of you are averting your eyes, but everybody just hears like the clunk of that massive greatsword fall to the ground, and where you've heard like these screams and like grunts of this massive lizard creature, you just hear like the thud of her dead weight body thumping down to the ground. Yeah, Bob's gonna go unconscious there. On
So
what were you thinking?
my bad. I thought I was cutting you off. Can Neffy get over to Bob right now? Like, I don't know if I kind of have to go like up and around like the one thing, or if I can kind of like cut. I know you said we can't really move through the enemy squares.
Uh, there's not really a way for Neffy to do it. I kind of have it sharing the space with the Bodak.
So
Um,
would it be okay if I did what I did right there, where I just move up one and then move again, and I kind of like however the opportunity attack works with a big crowd, if I'm like leaving or not.
I think in the long run that's perfectly fine to do. I feel like that gets into like the weirdness of a gargantuan creature is a lot of fucking space. So yeah, just go for it. You can move Neferndel over there.
Okay, cool. And she's gonna pull out another one of her potions, and she's just gonna say, uh, "No, we don't talk much, Bob, but it's time to get up." And she's gonna put one in his mouth. So roll a d12.
A 2.
I believe that's healing.
It is not.
Oh, not the time to get some wings.
Your walking speed is increased by 10 for 1 hour.
Bob Power Walker.
Bob, get up. Get up, Bob. We need you. And that is it for her.
Bob's just running after Dalton in her dreams. You just hear like the sliding of her feet against the stone as she's just full sprint. So my apologies as I was doing it wrong for so long. This is would be where those two now take the 5 damage. So Neffy is going to take a con save. Just don't roll a 1. Bob is going to take a death save fail. I already rolled it before you guys even took your turn. But the mob was going to tear Bob into pieces. Bob is unconscious. Bob has 2 death saves missing. And I don't see any reason why the mob is not going to tear Bob into pieces here. Creature must pass a strength or a charisma saving throw. I don't think it gets either. I think they're just going to basically stand over Bob, and they are just going to tear Bob to shreds. I don't have a way to turn that 1 token into 10 tokens, but that is going to be the death of Bob. You guys are going to see as these people are not averting their eyes, their flesh is melting. They are dying more and more. I think they're approaching the halfway mark where they'll be bloodied and they'll get like a little bit weaker, but you guys don't necessarily know that. The Bodak is definitely under half, and it's gonna go to you guys. At the end of their turn, they'll take that extra. And you guys can make the decision. Do you avert your eyes or do you try to avert your eyes or try to staunch your constitution and fight at will?
Gale is gonna avert his eyes.
Jinx is gonna watch Bob get torn to shreds.
Yeah, and Karina wants to avert her eyes as she watches the crowd, but yeah, she is going to risk it again as well, hoping to see if maybe we can finish this thing off.
So I believe Karina and Jinx, can I get constitution saving throws from you?
And Jinx, you gave Karina bardic inspiration, right?
Yeah, you got a D8 Bardic. I'm a dirty 20 for Jinx.
You are good. You'll take half.
All right, so if I'm probably going to use that bardic inspiration here.
You get to see what you roll before you have to decide with inspiration, bardic inspiration.
14. Yes, I'm going to use it.
Gotcha. You'll take half as well. So each of you will take 11 psychic or necrotic damage.
All right, that leaves Karina mortally wounded but standing.
Same with Gale.
Jinx is not quite bloody, looking fresh.
Gale looked away there, though, right?
Oh, right, I did. I
Okay, okay. Yeah, and I'll make sure to do it correctly. The 5 damage is at the end of your turn, so you're not necessarily gonna take that yet.
That's good because that's going to drop her.
Theoretically, I think you guys can kill it here.
All right, Karina is stabbing out with her rapier. She can already feel kind of her muscles weakening because she is going to. She'll be going down when she
Oh,
hits
wait,
that
did I
top.
not do its turn? My bad, I skipped the mob and went over it. My bad, guys. I'm fucking jumping around here. 9 would have been Bob. I should have not rolled a D10 for that targeting. Let's see. 4. It'll stare down Karina this time. Let me have you make a con save with Karina. Not Karina, Neferndel. It's staring down Neferndel. Con 13 save. Okay, so
22.
she'll take half of 4d10, which is 2 damage dice. I think she was full. She'll go back down to 4.
Oh, she was at 4, so she'll go back to 2, right?
Gotcha. Even 4 after the heal, it's fine. But yes, then we'll go back to you guys have averted your eyes and not Karina is attacking.
All right. All right, that should hit 21
Oh yeah, 21 definitely hits.
for 23 damage.
Yeah, so as it's like almost like reaching out for Neferndel, and you can kind of see as it's like drawing her in almost like to kiss her face, you can see like her flesh like going pale as it draws her closer and closer. And it's like starting to like suck life out of her as it gets closer to you guys here. Like Karina is just able to like step up next to it, and this thing doesn't have like a body per se, but in the same way where you would stab a human like right through their vital organs and sever the spinal cord, like that's what assassins really are, or like what rogues really are. They're experts at like the vitality of life, and you just like slide your rapier like right into its spinal cord, and the robes just drop flat to the ground, and there's nothing left in front of you. All of you feel this like great relief of dread just flow away as if like a breeze were drawing in like a fresh summer day. And for the first time in these like 30 seconds, it feels like an elephant has like gotten up off of your chest and you can actually breathe. With that, the mob's not going to be able to survive this. You've already lost Bob. We're already about an hour late. If it sounds good for you guys, we are going to call that the end of the session here, and we're going to have you guys basically crawling back out of here, retreating. It was still light enough in the day that you. Well, I guess I should have kind of seen. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we can have you guys crawling up out of here, retreating, and basically making it back to the Goblin House with sort of the recognition like, is the price that you're going to have to pay for these things ever enough? Because you've lost Bob now. Actually, you know what? One more die roll from you all. Let me have a group investigation. Let me see if you can find all of the Bob parts.
21.
19 for Karina.
22 for Gale.
I'm gonna say when you guys get back to the Knights of the Pale, you've got Bob in like 50 pieces, and you do have all of Bob. Uh, and I told you guys you had enough of the resurrection thing. I'm gonna say that you guys can revive Bob too. Bob may not want to come back. It's definitely still going to be up for a roll to see if Bob's spirit is around. But at least of mechanically wise, we're going to leave this as you guys have collected enough, or rather all, of Bob to be able to revive Bob as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty horrific way for him to go. So
Yeah, this is one of those things like I love Shaun of the Dead and like the boyfriend who's like the twat professor, whatever. He's like the failed actor in the twat or whatever they call him. Like when he gets like pulled out of the window, I feel like it's a homage to Night of the Living Dead, where somebody gets shredded like that. But it's 100% that classic zombie just starts like reaching into your belly button until they're pulling out your organs and your flesh just comes away like it's taffy.
yeah, that was a pretty intense fight there.
Yeah, for sure. That was definitely a rough one.
And there was a even with Karina succeeding on that last saving throw, there was a chance the damage was going to be high enough to drop her anyway. So I'm glad that didn't happen.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. The combination of like the big group that like did good at absorbing damage, and then also a couple spells like kind of fizzling, and then just that thing doing just steady damage was pretty brutal.
yeah. I mean, the level of I feel like it's questionable how often people would not avert their gaze versus like a Medusa or a basilisk that turns you to stone versus something like this that drops you to zero. Like I feel like you almost like think it's safer, and maybe it is, but it's definitely a crazy gamble anytime something is or zero.
Yeah, I feel like in Karina's mind, she was just thinking, at least somebody with some of the Graves Bane has to